Ted Scott Flying Stories.
This is Book 1.
Over the Ocean to Paris.
Also known as Ted Scott's Daring Long-Distance Flight.
This is a multi-voice audiobook created by BodeeBooks.com. Find reprints on our site or listen to our audiobooks on Spotify as well. This book has been revised in 2025 and is copyrighted by Bodee Books.
Chapter 1. In Terrible Danger.
Gee, but I'd like to be up there,
exclaimed Ted Scott, as he gazed upward at a number of airplanes soaring like white-winged birds over the Bromville aviation field.
Not so keen about it myself,
laughed Mark Lawson.
Might come down too fast. I'm not looking for an early grave.
Where do you get that idea?
Demanded Ted.
You don't mind riding in an automobile, yet every time you step into a car, you're taking your life in your hands.
That's different,
replied Mark.
If you get in an auto accident, you might get off with just some bruises or a shaken up. At least you've got a chance. But if something goes wrong up in the sky, there's no chance at all.
Plenty of chances,
retorted Ted.
9 times out of 10, you can glide to safety if you keep your head. Did you read about that guy the other day whose engine died when he was 13,000 feet up in the clouds? He just grabbed his parachute, stepped off into space, and floated down to Earth as light as a feather.
Yeah,
agreed Mark skeptically.
But what if the parachute hadn't opened? They fail sometimes, you know. Then it would have been a case of a lily in his hands and friends passing by the beer to get a look at what was left.
At least he'd have lived,
persisted Ted.
Maybe he'd have had more thrills in his short life than others who plod along to 70 or more. Sure, flying's dangerous, but so is anything that's worthwhile. I'm going to be a flyer someday.
Have it your own way. But good old terra firma for me. I'm fine with making airplanes and letting someone else fly them. But look at this crowd. Old Bromville's never seen so many people. I bet some of them came from 100 miles away. And all of them staring up at the sky. There'll be plenty of stiff necks tomorrow.
The celebration had been organized largely through the efforts of the Diwali Hipson Aero Corporation. This prominent company, whose vast plant for manufacturing airplanes sprawled over acres on the outskirts of town, was the cornerstone of Bromville's economy. Some of the event's expenses, however, had been covered by Brewster Gale, the proprietor of the new Hotel Excelsior. On this day, the hotel threw its doors open to the public for the first time, aiming to make it an occasion to remember. The Hotel Excelsior was a marvel of modern design, offering every conceivable comfort and luxury, unmatched anywhere else in the state. Adjacent to the hotel was a newly constructed golf course, built at great expense. The beautifully landscaped course was expected to attract golf enthusiasts from across the country, hosting championship tournaments that would, in turn, benefit the hotel. Gale, the wealthiest man in Bromville, owned most of the stock in the golf course, a project that had cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, whispers circulated that much of his fortune had been acquired through questionable means. The day chosen for the celebration could not have been better. The sun shone brightly, and the wind was mild. The cloudless sky provided perfect visibility, allowing the crowd to fully enjoy the dazzling aerobatics. The airmen were in excellent spirits, and their daring feats thrilled the onlookers. There were nose spins, tail spins, simulated free falls, and loops that left the crowd gasping in awe. Mark clutched Ted's arm.
Look at that car driving onto the field,
he said.
I wonder what's going on.
The car in question was a sleek roadster. Seated beside the driver was a woman. When the car stopped in the middle of the field, she stood up and cast off her cloak. She wore a red Liberty cap, and her poised demeanor captivated the crowd. Her eyes searched the sky, and the spectators followed her gaze. High above, a biplane circled the field, trailing a rope ladder that swayed in the air. The plane descended gradually with each pass until it was about 50 feet above the car, flying directly overhead. The woman braced herself. As the lower rung of the rope ladder swung close to the car, almost brushing its top, she leapt, grasped the rung, and was swept up into the sky. A shout of mingled wonder and consternation erupted from the crowd as the biplane ascended into the sky, carrying the daring performer clinging to the rope ladder. The ladder swung in a tremendous arc through the air, as if the plane itself were trying to dislodge her. What if the rung broke? What if her grip failed? The crowd held its breath. But fortune was with the fearless. She swung herself into a sitting position on the lower rung. Holding on with one hand, she blew kisses to the spectators, her confidence thrilling and unnerving the crowd. Suddenly, she let go of the rope with her hand and fell backward. A groan of horror swept through the throng. Many onlookers covered their eyes, unwilling to witness what they thought was certain tragedy. But relief surged through the crowd when they realized she had let go deliberately. Her feet were securely twined around the side ropes, now hundreds of feet above the ground. The plane had climbed rapidly. She swung back and forth, head downward, her long golden hair streaming in the wind. For a full minute she hung there, mesmerizing the crowd with her audacity. Then, with astonishing strength and agility, she pulled herself up, climbed nimbly up the rope ladder, and disappeared into the plane. The multitude exhaled collectively for the first time since her daring feat began.
If that isn't flirting with death, I don't know what is,
Gasped Mark, wiping sweat from his brow.
But she pulled it off,
Said Ted, shaking his head in admiration.
Gee, that little daredevil's got nerves of steel.
And she's not done yet.
Mark exclaimed.
Look at her.
The woman, after a brief rest, emerged again. This time she began climbing one of the plane's struts. Reaching the top, she stood erect, her figure outlined boldly against the endless sky. Then, on that precarious platform speeding through the air, she began to dance, a whirling, graceful performance that combined beauty and breathtaking danger. When the dance was complete, she waved to the spectators below, slid expertly down the strut, and settled back into the fuselage beside the pilot. A thunderous roar of applause rose from the ground, the sound carrying up to her as she sat, triumphant and serene.
This is no place for anyone with a weak heart,
Mark muttered.
Most exciting thing I've ever seen in my life.
Ted replied.
You've got to give her credit, but don't overlook the pilot, the precision it took to bring that ladder just within her reach, and the balance he had to maintain while she danced. It's incredible.
I guess there's glory enough for both of them.
Mark agreed.
But I'd rather step into a cage full of leopards than risk my life with a stunt like that.
As they spoke, a new plane, which had been revving its engine on the ground, sped down the runway. It gained momentum, its wheels racing over the earth, and within 200 yards soared gracefully into the sky, climbing steadily like a great bird. At the last moment, one of the wheels on the landing gear had buckled and now hung uselessly beneath the plane. The wheel on the other side remained intact, but the imbalance was evident.
Look! Look!
Cried Ted, pointing.
His landing gear is broken. How is he ever going to land?
He's in for a crash for sure,
said Mark anxiously. Both he and Ted understood the grave implications of landing a plane with only one functioning wheel.
And there are 2 little girls in that plane,
exclaimed Ted.
The pilot's children. He must have taken them up for a joyride.
The aviator and his mechanic, unaware of the broken wheel, were flying along cheerfully, the pilot occasionally glancing back to smile at the 2 little girls, who were laughing and clapping, thrilled by their adventure. The significance of the broken wheel was lost on most of the spectators, but every pilot and mechanic on the field recognized the danger immediately. They began signaling frantically, shouting and gesturing toward the sky, trying desperately to warn the aviator. One man rushed to a nearby plane, pointing urgently to the dangling wheel, and then to the aircraft overhead, attempting to communicate the danger through gestures. Still, there was no response from the pilot above. Soon, other pilots scrambled into their planes and took off, climbing quickly to meet the damaged aircraft in the air. Drawing near, they pointed emphatically to the broken wheel, making the problem unmistakable. At last, the pilot of the damaged plane understood. His face went pale as he glanced at the dangling wheel, and then back at his 2 little girls, who were still laughing and unaware of the danger. What would happen when they tried to land? Under normal circumstances, the plane would need to hit the ground at a speed of around 35 miles an hour to avoid the jarring shock of immediate contact. From there, the wheels would gradually bring the plane to a stop. But now, with one wheel gone, The plane was likely to hit the ground unevenly, tipping to the broken side, which could cause it to somersault or shatter upon impact. And his precious daughters were aboard. Despite his mounting dread, the pilot maintained his composure. He didn't want to alarm the little girls. Turning to his mechanic, he spoke briefly but firmly. The mechanic, understanding instantly, climbed out of the cockpit. Dangling headfirst over the side of the plane, he strained to reach the broken landing gear, hoping against hope that he might somehow repair it in mid-air. But a glance told the mechanic it was a hopeless task. With a groan, he pulled himself back into the plane, shaking his head grimly. Meanwhile, the activity on the ground was frantic. A squad of police worked quickly to clear the field, ensuring the damaged plane had plenty of space to land. An ambulance arrived in haste, pulling up near the runway. Nurses and doctors stood ready, equipped to administer first aid if needed. The plane began descending in slow, wide circles, its movements tense with the pilot's careful calculations. Onlookers watched, their hearts clenched with fear and helplessness.
The odds are 100 to 1 against him,
Groaned Mark, his voice trembling as he stared at the plane.
He's got just one chance.
Muttered Ted, his face ashen.
If he tilts the plane at just the right angle, he might manage to run on the single wheel until he loses enough momentum. But it would take a miracle to pull it off.
Perhaps it was a miracle. Perhaps it was the sight of his two little girls, their bright faces laughing in innocent delight, that gave the pilot the determination and steadiness he needed to succeed. He knew he couldn't fail. As the plane neared the ground, the pilot tipped it at a precise angle. The single functional wheel touched down, and the plane skidded forward, balanced precariously. Hundreds of feet later, its momentum finally gave out. With scarcely a jolt, the plane came to a stop before tipping over onto its side. But by then, it no longer mattered. The pilot leaped out and caught his laughing children as they scrambled into his arms. He held them tightly and placed them tenderly on the ground before collapsing onto the grass, overcome with relief. The crowd surged forward, breaking into cheers and shouts, some laughing hysterically, while others wept openly. Women sobbed as they hugged the little girls, and men crowded around the pilot, clapping him on the back and voicing their admiration for his unparalleled skill and composure. It took a while for the commotion to settle. The damaged plane was eventually towed to its hangar for repairs, but the memory of what had just happened lingered vividly in every mind.
If a guy's looking for thrills, a flying field is the place to be,
Exclaimed Mark, still shaken.
Right you are.
Ted agreed enthusiastically.
But if we're getting this much excitement on the ground, imagine what those pilots go through up there in the sky. I'm telling you, Mark, one day I'm going to be one of them.
Before Mark could respond, Ted suddenly pulled him back sharply.
Look out!
He warned.
That plane's coming down in a rush.
A flyer with engine trouble was gliding down for an emergency landing. The crowd scattered quickly to give him room, all except for one middle-aged man who, absorbed in thought, wandered directly into the path of the incoming plane.
He's going to be killed,
Mark yelled. Without hesitation, Ted leapt forward, moving with the agility of a leopard, and charged toward the man. Chapter 2. Trouble Brewing. Warned by the yells of the crowd, the absent-minded man glanced up and saw the plane bearing down on him like an unstoppable juggernaut. Paralyzed by the imminent threat of death, he stood frozen in place, unable to move. In that instant, an arm shot out, and a muscular hand yanked him backward with such force that both he and his rescuer tumbled to the ground. The plane's wings swept past, missing them by mere inches. It had been a harrowingly close escape. Ted Scott was the first to rise, brushing the dust from his clothes. He reached out to help the other man to his feet.
Afraid I've got you all covered with dust,
Ted said with a good-natured grin, picking up the man's hat and handing it to him. The man ignored the hat and instead clasped Ted's hand with both of his own.
You are brave, you are quick, you have saved my life. How can I thank you enough?
You don't need to thank me.
Ted replied, his modesty as evident as his courage.
I just did what anyone else would have done. I happened to be closest and had the chance, that's all.
But I cannot let you dismiss it so lightly.
The man insisted earnestly.
You risked your life to save mine. I shall never forget it. At the very least, I must know the name of my rescuer.
My name is Ted Scott.
And do you live here?
Yes,
Said Ted.
I live at the Bromville house.
Oh, yes.
The man replied thoughtfully.
The old hotel down near the river. I know where it is. My name is Monet, Paul Monet. I'm staying at the Hotel Excelsior.
Ted nodded, unsurprised. He had guessed the man was a guest of the luxurious new hotel. If he had been a resident of Bromville, Ted would have recognized him. Ted knew nearly everyone in town.
I can never repay you for what you've done.
Mr. Monet continued, pulling a checkbook and fountain pen from his pocket.
But if you will allow me to express my gratitude in some small way.
He hesitated as he noticed a flush of embarrassment creeping into Ted's cheeks.
Thank you, Mr. Monet.
Ted said quietly.
But I can't take money for something like that. Just think of it as my having the good fortune to help you, and let's leave it at that.
Monet looked momentarily disappointed, but he was a gentleman. He respected the young man's principles and returned the checkbook to his pocket.
As you wish,
he said with a gracious nod.
But perhaps there is another way I can be of service to you. I have numerous business interests. If you have any particular ambition or dream, I might be able to help you achieve it. Or if you're looking for a better opportunity than your current employment, I hope you won't hesitate to call on me.
It's mighty good of you, Mr. Monet, and I appreciate it.
Ted replied.
But I'll just jog along and do the best I can for myself.
What you Americans call paddle your own canoe, eh?
Said Mr. Monet with a quizzical smile.
Well, I suppose it's that spirit that's made you the great people you are. But surely you won't deny me your friendship.
You have that already,
answered Ted, who genuinely felt a growing fondness for the man he had rescued.
Good,
said Mr. Monet.
I want to know you better, much better. I hope you'll come to see me at the Hotel Excelsior and have dinner with me. I'd be delighted to show you around the hotel and the grounds. They are quite impressive.
All right, I'll come sometime,
Ted promised, shaking hands with Monet before they parted. Ted couldn't help but feel that his acceptance of the invitation had been less than enthusiastic, but he had his reasons. While he liked Mr. Monet, he harbored no fondness for the Hotel Excelsior. In fact, he couldn't hear the name without a pang of bitterness. The construction of that grand hotel in Bromville signaled, sooner or later, the inevitable downfall of the old Bromville house. It would never be able to compete with the new, luxurious establishment, and the ruin of the Bromville house would spell financial disaster for its proprietor, Eben Browning, Ted's foster father. Ted had no memory of his real parents. He didn't know who they were or what had become of them. In his earliest years, he had been raised by James Wilson and his wife Miranda. They had provided him with the basics, food, clothing, and schooling, but had shared little about his origins. When Ted was 10, tragedy struck. Both James and Miranda died within months of each other, leaving him an orphan. That was when Eben Browning, the owner of the Bromville house, and his kind-hearted wife Charity took him in. They had no children of their own, and Ted had quickly found a cherished place in their hearts. Eben and Charity were the embodiment of kindness, and Ted soon came to regard them as his father and mother. In its prime, the Bromville house had been the leading hotel in the little town. A rambling two-story structure, it boasted rooms that, while modestly furnished, were always immaculate and inviting. The cooking, overseen by Charity, was renowned for its quality. Eben, a genial and welcoming host, had built a loyal following among fishermen drawn to the Rappack River, famous for its trout, and traveling salesmen who preferred the comfortable, home-like atmosphere of the Bromville house. But with Bromville's rapid growth came inevitable changes. The standards of the traveling public had evolved, and what had been considered excellent in simpler times no longer sufficed. Newer, more modern hotels had sprung up, offering amenities and conveniences the Bromville house couldn't compete with. The old hotel showed its age. Its paint was faded, and the furniture had grown worn and shabby. Replacing it with something new was far beyond Eben's strained finances. Slowly but surely, his customer base dwindled. While some of his old friends, fishermen and longtime patrons, remained loyal out of nostalgia, they were not enough to sustain the business. The final blow had come with the construction of the Hotel Excelsior. Its grandeur, luxurious furnishings, and attached golf course made it a magnet for traveling salesmen and wealthier visitors. Not only did its lavishness appeal to personal comfort, but staying there also offered the prestige many businessmen sought to reflect on their firms. In comparison, the Bromville house seemed hopelessly outdated. Eben now stood on the edge of financial ruin, yet Eben's resentment toward the Hotel Excelsior was not merely about competition. He could have accepted fair rivalry with resignation. What truly made his blood boil was the injustice that lay behind its creation. Years earlier, during Bromville's quieter days, Eben had owned all the land where the Hotel Excelsior and its golf course now stood. While property values at the time were modest, the establishment of the Aero Corporation's massive plant had quickly driven them up. When Brewster Gale, the Excelsior's owner, approached Eben about purchasing the land, Eben, despite his personal dislike for Gale, saw no harm in entertaining the offer. They agreed on a price, with only a small portion to be paid up front. Eben received this initial payment, but nothing more ever materialized. What followed was a baffling and infuriating chain of legal maneuvers. Through the use of unscrupulous lawyers and a tangle of holding companies, reorganizations, forced sales, and technical loopholes, Gale systematically stripped Eben of any remaining claim to the property. Every move was just legal enough to avoid criminal repercussions, yet morally bankrupt in every way. In the end, Gale emerged with full ownership of the land, while Eben, confused and helpless, was left with nothing but bitter memories and a clear sense of betrayal. So owning the land that had skyrocketed in value, Gale easily financed the construction of the Grand Hotel Excelsior, which now threatened to drive the old Bromville house into ruin. If Eben had possessed sufficient capital, he might have been able to mount a legal challenge to reclaim his rights. But he was virtually penniless, and legal battles require significant resources, especially against an opponent with the financial means to retain powerful legal teams. At best, the case could have dragged on for years, with no guarantee of success. Facing inevitable bankruptcy, Eben could only watch helplessly as his livelihood crumbled. Ted's heart ached at the sight of the old man's struggle, and he shared Eben's deep resentment toward Brewster Gale. Determined to help, Ted threw himself into supporting the Bromville house. He took every opportunity to assist with the hotel's upkeep and operations. When a job opened up at the Hipson Aero Corporation, Ted seized the chance, contributing nearly all his wages to Eben in an effort to delay the looming failure. Ted, tall and slender with brown hair and eyes, was a natural mechanic. Despite his youth, he excelled at the factory. Starting out on a machine, he soon moved to the assembly department and eventually to the critical final stages of airplane construction. Ted loved his work and had a passionate interest in flying. He was determined to become an aviator someday. After leaving Mr. Monet and trying to push thoughts of the Hotel Excelsior from his mind, Ted turned to walk away with Mark.
"Hey, Ted!"
A voice called out. It was Bill Ellison, a foreman at the aero plant.
"Suppose you head down to the other end of the field and keep an eye on those monoplanes we've brought out for the exhibition,"
Bill said.
"There's a pack of kids swarming around there like flies, and they might start fooling with the controls or something."
All right, Mr. Ellison.
Ted responded promptly.
I'll go right down. Coming along, Mark?
He asked his friend.
I'll catch up in a few minutes.
Mark replied.
There's someone here in the crowd I want to talk to.
Ted hurried to the designated area. Sure enough, a group of boys had gathered around the planes. He approached them with a smile and gently shooed them away. The boys listened without protest, as most of them knew and liked Ted.
This job looks like a cinch,
Ted thought to himself.
I can keep an eye on the planes and still enjoy watching what's happening in the sky.
But just as the thought crossed his mind, he noticed two flashily dressed young men standing by one of the company's finest monoplanes. The aircraft was a masterpiece, the pride of the firm, and it was clear the men were making themselves far too comfortable with it. Ted strode quickly toward them, their backs turned as they examined the plane.
Sorry,
Ted said in a polite but firm tone.
but I'll have to ask you to leave the plane alone.
Chapter 3, 2 Against 1. At the sound of Ted Scott's voice, the two young men turned and fixed him with an arrogant stare.
"Who in thunder are you to tell us what to do?"
demanded one of them.
I guess you don't know who we are,
Sneered the other, looking at Ted as though he was some particularly obnoxious insect.
I know perfectly well who you are.
Ted replied calmly.
You're Greg and Duck Gale. But who you are doesn't matter. I'm in charge of these planes, and my orders are to keep anyone from touching them.
The two exchanged a glance before bursting into loud, raucous laughter.
"Well, of all the nerve,"
exclaimed Greg.
He needs a lesson,
added Duck, his eyes narrowing. Gregory and Duckworth Gale, better known as Greg and Duck, were slightly older than Ted. Identical twins, they shared the same red hair, coarse features, and flashy style of dress. They were sons of Brewster Gale, the owner of the Hotel Excelsior. Their gaudy clothing and self-assured demeanor were matched by their reputation for trouble. Having grown up with too much money and too little discipline, their faces already bore the signs of indulgence and dissipation. Ted flushed under their condescending scrutiny but held his ground.
As for lessons, I can give them just as well as take them,
he said, meeting their taunts head-on.
But this isn't about that. My foreman told me to look after these planes, and that's exactly what I'm going to do.
"Maybe you've bitten off more than you can chew,"
Greg said, his voice heavy with sarcasm.
Maybe,
Ted replied evenly.
But I'm from Missouri and will have to be shown.
From Missouri, eh?
Sneered Duck.
I thought you were from the Bromville house, that old dump down by the river we're about to put out of business.
"Dump is right,"
Greg added with a nasty laugh.
"Of all the run-down excuses for a hotel."
Stop right there, Greg Gale.
Ted cut in sharply, his face reddening.
I'm not going to stand for that kind of talk from you or anyone else. At least the owner of that hotel is honest.
"What do you mean by that?"
Greg demanded, his fists clenching threateningly.
Ask your father.
Ted shot back, his blood boiling as he thought of Eben Browning's mistreatment.
Maybe he'll understand.
"Look here, Doc,"
growled Greg, his voice rising with anger.
"are we going to let this little shrimp talk to us like that?"
Not by a jugful,
snarled Duck.
We'll show him where he gets off.
The twins took a step toward Ted, but he stood his ground, unmoving. Something in his calm yet determined stance made them hesitate. They exchanged an uncertain glance, their earlier bravado faltering.
Well, what are you going to do?
Ted asked coolly.
You don't seem quite as fired up as you were a moment ago.
"I'm going to call your bluff,"
Greg retorted after another moment of hesitation. He leaned forward deliberately and touched the control lever of the monoplane.
"Now what's the watchdog of the planes going to do?"
He sneered, his smile mocking. The smug grin vanished abruptly when Ted sprang forward, grabbed Greg by the collar, and hurled him backward with such force that Greg tumbled to the ground, landing flat on the grass. With a furious roar, Greg scrambled to his feet. Duck, equally enraged, joined him, and together they rushed at Ted.
Here, what's all this about?
A sharp voice interjected. The twins halted as Bill Ellison, the big foreman from the aero plant, stepped between them and Ted. His imposing frame and authoritative presence commanded immediate attention. Ted, fists clenched and ready, relaxed slightly, sensing Bill's support.
"Never you mind,"
snapped Greg, attempting to shove Bill aside.
"Stay out of it. This is our funeral."
Is that so?
Bill replied with a dry chuckle, shoving Greg back effortlessly, as if he were nothing more than a feather.
Well, maybe it will be your funeral, but it's not going to be anyone else's.
You don't know who we are.
Duck blustered, his tone still defiant.
2 young loafers, I should say at a guess,
replied Bill with a sharp edge to his tone.
Oh, I know who you are, and I know your father's rich, but that doesn't mean a thing to me.
He turned to Ted.
Now, what's all this fuss about?
They were fooling with the monoplane,
Ted explained, pointing toward Greg.
And I asked them to leave it alone. Then this one decided to mess with the control and challenged me to do something about it.
And you showed him,
Bill said with a grin, taking in Greg's rumpled tie and dusty clothes.
You did the right thing, Ted.
Bill turned his attention back to the Gale brothers. His tone grew firmer.
Now, you two clear out. These planes are here to be looked at, not tampered with. Got it?
The brothers hesitated, but the sight of Bill's imposing figure and steely gaze convinced them. They began to back away reluctantly.
Oh, we'll get you yet, Ted Scott.
Greg snarled, his face twisted in anger.
And when we do, you'll wish you'd never been born.
Duck added venomously.
Whenever you're ready.
Ted replied coolly, his voice calm but resolute.
Those young snakes are full of poison.
Bill muttered, watching them retreat.
They're the worst rascals in this town. Keep your eyes open, Ted.
I will, Mr. Ellison.
Ted assured him.
But I'm not worried about them. They're both yellow.
Maybe.
Bill agreed.
But yellow dogs can still pull some nasty tricks. Stay sharp.
With that, Bill nodded and walked off, leaving Ted to his post. A moment later, Mark arrived, accompanied by Jack Forrest and Breck Lewis, two of Ted's co-workers from the aero plant and close friends.
Heard you had a little run-in with the Gale Peaches.
Mark said with a grin.
Too bad I wasn't here to take a hand. It would be a pleasure to polish off those birds.
Breck interjected.
They're singing small enough just now, I guess,
laughed Ted, as he recounted the details of the encounter. His audience listened with keen enjoyment. For a while, they let the incident slip from their minds, absorbed as they were by the marvels of the flying circus. Ted never tired of marveling at the pilots' extraordinary skill. Their ability to maneuver their planes seemed almost magical. A mere touch of a lever transformed the aircraft into something seemingly alive. It would swoop down perilously close to the ground, only to turn and ascend to dizzying heights until it became a mere speck in the sky. Then, as if by magic, it would glide downward, floating gracefully like a swan on a lake of fleecy clouds. The display captured Ted's imagination and stirred an indescribable longing within him. He envisioned himself soaring through those uncharted realms of the sky, with the world spread out like a vast panorama beneath him. Lakes, rivers, valleys, mountains, and even the surging waves of the ocean would pass below as he flew. If he could ever realize that dream, it seemed to him he would be king of the world. And why not? Others had done it. Men who, he was certain, were no more skilled or courageous than he. If they could conquer the skies, why should he remain earthbound? His heart aching with unfulfilled longing, he resolved then and there he would do it. All his desires and ambitions crystallized into a fierce determination. No matter what obstacles lay in his path, Ted Scott would claim his place among the flyers of the skies. As he made his way home, his heart swirled with dreams and aspirations. But his elation began to fade when he noticed the crowds dispersing. A dull ache crept into his chest. The throng of travelers was surging almost as one toward the Grand Hotel Excelsior. They streamed along its wide, tree-lined walks in an unbroken procession. Groups of richly dressed guests wandered the marble verandas, and from a nearby pavilion, the stirring strains of a brass band filled the air. In contrast, only a handful of people, mostly old acquaintances, were heading toward the Bromville house. Duckworth Gale had called it a dump.
That place is a dump.
It is a forsaken apology for a hotel.
Greg had sneered. Ted clenched his fists instinctively. Chapter 4. A Growing Hope.
Well, Ted,
said Eben Browning, the owner of the Bromville house, as the young man ascended the steps of the old hotel.
I see you're back again. Guess you had a grand time at the flying field.
Yes, Dad,
replied Ted, who had grown accustomed to calling the older couple his father and mother.
Never had such a good time in my life. Gee, you ought to have seen some of those stunts. They'd have made your hair stand on end.
Ain't got many hairs left for that,
replied Eben with a faint smile, rubbing the thinning patch on his partially bald head. Eben was a medium-built man with a kindly face lined by years of hardship. Some wrinkles had come from the laughter of better days, back when he had been the proud proprietor of a thriving hotel. But most of the creases bore witness to the anxieties of later years, when he had seen the specter of the poorhouse drawing ever closer.
I'd have liked to see those stunts,
Eben continued.
But me and Mother have been busy getting things ready in case we had a crowd tonight. Doesn't look like many are coming, though,
he added wistfully, glancing down the nearly deserted street, said his wife, Charity, a sweet-faced older woman whose faded eyes still held traces of the brightness they once had when she was the town's belle.
I wouldn't be surprised if they came along later.
Sure they will.
Ted agreed heartily, though his spirits sank. He knew too well that while the odd guest might trickle in, there would be no real crowd at the Bromville house that night. And who could blame them, he thought, as he surveyed the sagging veranda and the weathered steps that badly needed a coat of paint, though they were scrupulously clean. Ted had done all he could to make the place inviting. He had kept the lawn neatly trimmed and planted flowers wherever he could. A portion of his modest earnings had even gone toward a new sign, one he had initially been proud of. But now, as he looked at it, the sign seemed only to highlight the building's overall state of decline. Why would anyone with money come here when just down the road stood the luxurious Hotel Excelsior? Its bright lights, plush furnishings, and lively atmosphere drew people like a magnet. Outside, the grand lawn sparkled with Japanese lanterns glowing like fireflies, while a brass band played lively tunes in the pavilion. Poor Eben. Poor Charity. A lump rose in Ted's throat as he looked at the older couple, who had been like parents to him since he was 10. If only he could ease their burden, could lift the weight that was robbing their lives of joy. Once again, a fierce determination surged within him. He would change their fortunes. He knew the immense rewards that sometimes came from aviation. Prizes of $10, $20, even $50,000 for feats of skill, endurance, and distance flights. Others had won them. Why not him? Just one of those prizes could secure a life of comfort for the couple who had given him so much. When Ted Scott thought about money, it wasn't for his own sake, but for theirs. Of course, he knew the value of money and desired it. Yet it was the thrill of adventure and the pursuit of victory, more than the financial rewards, that captured his imagination when he thought of himself.
I suppose there were crowds heading to the Excelsior,
Eben said tentatively.
Quite a few,
Ted admitted.
I think curiosity about the new place has a lot to do with it.
They say it's beautiful up there.
Charity remarked with a sigh.
I suppose so,
Ted conceded.
I haven't seen it myself, and I don't want to. Though I'll have to go one night this week. I promised.
How's that?
Asked Eben. In response, Ted briefly recounted his meeting with Mr. Monet, carefully downplaying his role in the man's rescue.
Oh, you dear boy, you might have been killed,
exclaimed Charity, pulling him into an affectionate hug.
Those born to be hanged will never be killed by an airplane,
Ted quipped with a grin as he returned her embrace.
Someone was telling me you had a mix-up with those Gale boys.
Eben interjected, his voice tight as he forced out the name.
Came close to it,
Ted replied with a smile.
I yanked Greg away from one of the machines he was messing with, and both of them came after me.
The fella who told me said you didn't even flinch,
Eben said, pride evident in his tone.
Was ready to take on the pair of them.
Oh, the two of them might have beaten me,
Ted admitted modestly.
But they'd have had to work for it.
I'm glad you made them look small,
Eben said firmly.
Those Gales are no good, the whole lot of them, and that crook Brewster Gale is the worst of the bunch. Look at what he's done to me.
Eben rose, pacing the floor in agitation.
Cheated me, swindled me.
There now, Eben,
Charity said gently.
Don't work yourself up. I'm always afraid you might have a stroke, and remember, the Lord tells us to forgive our enemies.
It's mighty hard to forgive,
Eben grumbled.
When you see yourself going downhill, likely to end up on the county farm, that land where the Hotel Excelsior and the golf link stand rightfully belongs to me, except for the pitiful bit of cash I got as the first payment, that scoundrel. But I'll get even with him yet.
Vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord.
Charity reminded him softly.
Don't worry, Dad,
Ted interjected, alarmed by the purple flush spreading over the old man's face.
You'll have plenty of money once I become an aviator.
Both Eben and Charity stared at him in shock.
An aviator?
Eben exclaimed.
Oh dear, then you're bound to get yourself killed,
wailed Charity.
They all do, sooner or later.
Not anymore,
Ted said reassuringly.
Planes are so advanced now that accidents are far less common than they used to be.
All the same, I notice insurance companies aren't eager to take risks on those fellas.
Eben remarked dryly.
But what's put that idea in your head? You haven't said a word about it before?
I've been doing a lot of thinking,
Ted replied.
And what I saw today at the flying field sealed it for me. It's exciting work, and there's a lot of money in it. Besides, it's one of the few professions these days that isn't overcrowded,
he added with a smile.
It's always seemed like defying Providence to me.
Charity said.
The Lord gave us legs to walk on, and if he'd wanted us to fly, he'd have given us wings.
How are you going to learn?
Asked Eben.
Got to go to school somewhere, pass examinations, and get a license, haven't you?
I suppose so,
replied Ted, his enthusiasm dimming slightly as the reality of the situation sank in. He hadn't given the logistics much thought.
But remember, I'm already working on planes. I know almost everything about them and their engines. I'll be able to breeze through the studies. That gives me a big advantage over most guys just starting out.
Still, the thought of flight school gnawed at him throughout the night. He might have to leave Bromville for an extended period, which meant no income. Worse, there would be costs. Room, board, tuition, on top of what he was already sending to the Brownings. How could he afford it? What would they do without his wages? Most of his earnings went to Eben every Saturday night, leaving him no opportunity to save. Bitterly, he realized his current savings amounted to just $1.27. Yet despite these obstacles, Ted's resolve remained firm. He would learn to fly. With that determination fueling his thoughts, he finally drifted to sleep. The next day, during his lunch break, he approached the foreman of his department.
Can I have a moment, Mr. Ellison?
He asked. Big Bill Ellison, a towering man with a hearty grin, nodded.
Sure, Ted. I can spare more than a minute for the guy who knocked the wind out of those Gale troublemakers. That still makes my day every time I think about it. What's on your mind?
Ted hesitated, then spoke earnestly.
I want to be an aviator.
Big Bill studied him thoughtfully.
Got the flying bug, have you?
He asked, his eyes sweeping over Ted's lean, muscular frame.
Just that,
Ted admitted.
It's been in the back of my mind for a while, but after what I saw yesterday, there's no question. Flying is what I want more than anything.
And you won't be happy until you make it happen,
Big Bill said with a knowing smile.
Well, this is a free country, and I like your ambition. Still, I'd hate to lose you here. You've got the makings of a top-notch airplane mechanic.
Thanks,
Ted said, his cheeks flushing with pride.
But the real question is whether I've got the makings of a pilot.
Big Bill considered his words carefully.
Offhand, I'd say yes,
he said at last.
You've got the build, the muscle, and the nerve. That's a good start. But flying takes more than just that. Your heart, your sense of balance, the coordination between mind and muscle. Those things are crucial. Not one man in 100, or maybe 1,000, has all the qualities of a good aviator. You won't know for sure until you're put to the test. But I can give you a taste right now. Ever been up in a plane?
No,
Ted replied, his voice brimming with eagerness.
But I'm dying to.
Let's cure that itch,
Big Bill said with a grin. He turned and called out to a man in an aviator's suit walking nearby.
Hey, Tom, when are you testing that new plane?
As soon as I grab some lunch,
Tom Maltby replied.
Take Ted up with you,
Bill instructed.
Sure thing,
Tom said cheerfully.
Be ready in about an hour, Ted.
Chapter 5. Flying High. It felt to Ted Scott as though his heart flipped over in his chest at the thought of going up in an airplane. The surprise and delight left him momentarily breathless.
Do you really mean it?
He asked, turning to Ellison, his face radiant with excitement.
Sure, I mean it,
replied Big Bill with a chuckle.
Now trot along and grab your lunch, and don't be late coming back. Tom doesn't like to be kept waiting.
I'll be here,
promised Ted, hardly sure if he was standing on his head or his heels.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ellison. I feel happier than if you'd given me $1,000.
I'd take the 1,000 for mine,
grinned Bill.
But there's no accounting for tastes. Good luck.
Ted hurried to the Bromville house as though he were already flying. His first instinct was to share the exciting news with the Brownings. But as he thought about it, he realized that if he told them, Charity's gentle heart would be burdened with worry the entire time he was gone. Eben, too, would be anxious. They already had more than enough troubles without him adding even a feather's weight to their load. He decided it would be better to wait until he returned safe and sound to tell them about it.
You're not eating enough to keep a bird alive,
remarked Charity as she noticed how little of his meal he touched.
I hope you're not coming down with something.
Not a bit, Mother,
Ted replied, placing an affectionate hand on her arm.
I've never felt better in my life. I just ate such a big breakfast that I'm not hungry. Besides, I need to hurry back to work.
He rose from the table, kissed her, and made his way quickly back to the factory.
You didn't waste any time getting back,
observed Tom Maltby, who was busy inspecting his plane. He was tuning the motor and double-checking everything to ensure the aircraft was ready for flight.
No, sir,
Ted said breathlessly.
I didn't linger over lunch.
Just as well,
Tom said with a grin.
Us flyers are like opera singers. We don't overfill our stomachs when there's work to be done. Plenty of time to eat after we're back on the ground.
He nodded toward a box, where an aviator's suit was draped casually.
There's an extra suit of mine over there. It's probably a little too big for you, but it'll do in a pinch.
Ted quickly suited up in the flying gear. Once fully equipped, he felt more like a real aviator than ever. He could barely resist the urge to strut. Tom Maltby, watching him out of the corner of his eye, chuckled.
You look like the real deal.
He grinned.
As far as the clothes go, maybe.
Ted laughed.
What's inside the clothes is another question. I might just turn out to be the donkey in the lion's skin.
Tom laughed along.
I'll bet on you,
he said confidently.
I've been watching you for a while, and plenty of times I've thought, there's good flying material going to waste.
I appreciate that,
Ted replied, clearly pleased.
I only hope I live up to your expectations.
By now, a group of men from the plant had gathered to watch Tom test the new biplane. Among them were a few of Ted's close friends. They hadn't noticed Ted yet, as his back was to them, and the flying gear made him unrecognizable.
Who's that going up with you, Tom?
Asked Mark Lawson.
Take a closer look,
Tom replied with a grin.
You've seen him plenty of times before.
Just then, Ted turned around, and the group let out a collective murmur of surprise.
Ted Scott,
Mark exclaimed.
So you're going up with Tom, huh? Why didn't you tell us?
I didn't have the chance,
Ted said, grinning.
I only found out an hour ago myself.
Ted Scott, the demon aviator,
teased Breck Lewis.
Won't give us ordinary mortals the time of day after this,
Jack Forrest joked.
Have you made your will yet?
Mark asked with mock seriousness.
Only got $1.27 to leave behind.
Ted shot back with a laugh.
You guys can split it.
All right, hop in,
Tom called, having finished his inspection of the plane. Ted climbed into one of the seats in the fuselage. Tom followed, double-checking that the straps securing them to their seats were tight. Satisfied, he gave the signal to remove the blocks holding the plane in place. With a thunderous roar, the engine came to life, and the plane rolled down the runway, picking up speed with every second. At about 200 yards from the end of the runway, Tom tilted the controls, and the plane lifted gracefully into the air. They were off. The aircraft climbed steadily, reaching 1,000 feet in no time. As the ground dropped away, Ted felt a sharp intake of breath, a mix of awe and exhilaration. But as the plane soared higher, his wonder turned into pure delight. He was really flying. The first step toward his dream had been taken. Ted knew, without a doubt, that he had found his true calling. There wasn't even the faintest trace of fear. Looking down at the earth, now 2,000 feet below as the plane climbed higher, he saw the town reduced to a tiny dot, the Rappack River a mere silver thread. People were too small to be seen at all, despite knowing that a fall from such a height would mean certain death. Ted felt no fear, no dizziness, no hesitation. He was completely at ease, as if he had been born for this. Every moment of his life before this felt like it had been leading him to this incredible experience. The moment he knew he belonged in the skies, Conversation was nearly impossible during the flight due to the thunderous roar of the engine, which filled their ears. Besides, Tom had made it clear beforehand. He wanted no distractions while testing the new plane. They were above the clouds now, the Earth entirely out of sight. It felt as though they were alone in the universe, adrift in an infinite expanse. Nothing separated them from the radiant sun, which bathed the plane in golden light. Ted felt as if he had been transported to another world. The sensation of motion was minimal, almost like floating, cradled in the ether. Yet when he glanced at the instrument panel, he saw they were traveling over 100 miles per hour. Stealing a glance at Tom, Ted noticed the intense focus etched on his companion's face. Tom's eyes scanned the intricate array of instruments in front of him. Altimeter, speedometer, compass, barometer, and more. Each gauge told a vital part of the story, and Tom read them as if from an open book, analyzing how each detail worked in harmony with the others. Watching him, Ted realized the depth of knowledge he would need to become an aviator. This wasn't just a job, it was a daring, skilled pursuit, a true test of courage and intellect. Suddenly, the plane's smooth flight changed. Having gauged the aircraft's performance during straight flying, Tom decided to push it further. He began a series of aerial maneuvers, nose spins, tail spins, falling leaves, and loop-the-loops. The stunts were breathtaking, almost reckless at times, as though Tom were daring fate, but Ted knew better. These so-called stunts, often criticized by the uninformed, were essential skills for an aviator. Each maneuver was a vital part of training, preparing pilots to respond to emergencies caused by unpredictable wind, weather, or combat. A first-class aviator had to master them all, ready to act decisively when circumstances demanded. For 3 hours, the tests continued. Finally, Tom turned the plane toward Bromville. They descended in a series of graceful, swooping curves, and Tom executed a landing so smooth it might not have shattered a pane of glass. As the plane rolled to a stop, they were greeted by Big Bill Ellison and a gathering of mechanics and pilots, all eager to hear about the test flight.
"How did she handle Tom?"
Ellison asked as Ted and Tom unbuckled their straps and climbed out.
"As well as any plane I've ever flown on its first test,"
Tom replied.
"A little stiff, sure, but that's normal. She's going to be a dream to fly once we make a slight adjustment to the wing angles. She's a credit to the plant."
Mark Lawson clapped Ted on the shoulder.
Glad to see you back, Ted. I feel a lot better now than when I watched you take off.
He's been closer to heaven than he's ever been before,
Breck Lewis quipped.
And that $1.27 we were counting on is gone for good,
Jack Forrest joked.
Too bad,
Ted laughed, stamping his feet to shake off the stiffness in his legs.
I've got to tell you guys, it was incredible. There's nothing like it.
All the same, I'll bet there were moments when you'd have gladly traded places with us,
Mark said.
You'd lose that bet,
Ted replied confidently.
I just wish the trip had lasted twice as long, and I'll be up again the first chance I get.
What a glutton for punishment,
Mark laughed. Meanwhile, Tom and Bill were walking toward the plant.
"How about Ted?"
Ellison asked, curious.
"Did he have the guts for it?"
"Bet your life he was,"
Tom replied emphatically.
"That lad doesn't know the meaning of fear. I didn't tell him about the stunts I planned before we went up. I wanted to see how he'd handle being caught off guard. I put the old bus through everything in my repertoire, and I kept an eye on him the whole time. Did he flinch? Not a bit. Nothing rattled him. I'm telling you, Bill, he's a natural-born flyer."
"Your judgment's as good as gold to me, Tom,"
Bill said.
"And this just backs up what I've thought for a while now. I didn't want to suggest flying to him. It's a heavy responsibility if something were to happen. But when he brought it up himself, I was more than happy to give him the chance."
Ted spent the rest of the afternoon back at the works. While he kept himself focused on his tasks, his mind couldn't help but wander now and then to the thrilling experience he had just lived through. He felt like a modern Columbus, having discovered a new, uncharted world. The ordinary life on the ground seemed dull and mundane compared to the boundless sky he had soared through. The excitement of it all still coursed through him when the whistle blew, signaling the end of the day. On his walk home, he debated whether to tell the Brownings about his adventure. He was eager to share it, yet hesitant, knowing it might alarm them.
"Yes, you must be tired, dear boy, after such a long day,"
Charity said, as the three of them sat down for dinner in the small room adjoining the hotel's dining area.
"Not a bit,"
Ted replied cheerfully, diving into the simple but delicious meal.
"In fact, I've been sitting still a good part of the time."
"Sitting still?"
Eben echoed.
"I didn't know they paid wages for that kind of work."
"Sounds more like you've been getting your picture taken,"
Charity teased as she poured the coffee.
"Not quite."
Ted laughed.
"I was sitting still in an airplane."
"Fixing some of the insides, I suppose?"
Eben guessed.
"Wrong again,"
Ted said, grinning.
"The airplane was a mile high in the sky."
Charity and Eben both gasped, their expressions a mix of astonishment and alarm. Chapter 6. A New Friend. The old couple reacted to Ted's revelation as though a bombshell had exploded in their midst. Ted Scott had become the joy of their twilight years, and any threat to his safety was unbearable.
"Oh, how could you take such a risk?"
Charity gasped.
"It sure was a big gamble,"
Eben added gravely.
"You might have been killed."
Charity wailed.
"Well, as you can see, I wasn't,"
Ted said with a reassuring smile.
"I'm sitting here at the table, just like I was at noon. Remember, flying today isn't what it used to be. Planes now are almost as safe as automobiles. You wouldn't have worried if I told you I'd been on a car ride, would you?"
"Oh, but that's different."
Charity exclaimed. Deep down, Ted knew she was right. Though many of the early dangers of flying had been mitigated by advances in science, aviation still came with unique risks that could rattle even the bravest. Humanity was still far from fully mastering the skies. Hardly a day passed without news of another airman's death, yet progress had always left a trail of sacrifice. Aviation was no exception. Every major leap forward had demanded courage, and sometimes lives. If no one took risks, no progress would ever be made. Ted was willing to take those risks. He did his best to calm the couple's fears, pointing to examples like Tom Maltby, who had spent years flying without a single injury. He also mentioned countless other aviators who had faced tremendous odds and emerged unscathed. Why shouldn't he, Ted Scott, have similar fortune? Though he managed to ease their worries slightly, he could tell they remained deeply concerned. Eventually, he won a reluctant agreement that he could go up again if another chance presented itself, though they fervently hoped that wouldn't happen anytime soon. That evening, Ted went to his room with an aviation magazine he had borrowed from the technical library at the plant. Settling down at his desk, he pored over advertisements for flying schools, each promising to prepare students for a federal pilot's license. As he read, his excitement began to wane. The cost of training crushed his spirit. Lessons ranged from $20 to $30 an hour, depending on the school.
$30 an hour,
he muttered in dismay.
That's more than I make in a whole week.
He calculated the expenses. Even the most minimal training schedule needed to reach basic proficiency would require at least $350 to $400, and that was just for the lessons. On top of that, he would have to cover room and board. For a young man with only $1.27 to his name, the challenge seemed insurmountable. If Ted had been entirely on his own, he could have eventually saved enough from his wages to afford flying lessons. But nearly every dollar he earned went toward supporting Eben and Charity, who depended on him to stay afloat. He was their primary provider, and he couldn't, fail them. His thoughts turned bitterly to Brewster Gale, the swindler luxuriating in wealth, while Eben and Charity struggled. If not for Gale's deceit, the couple would have had ample resources, and Ted's path would have been clear. He wrestled with the problem until both his head and his heart ached. Sleep finally overtook him, but no solution had emerged. The next morning, Ted was immersed in his work at the plant when he noticed a stranger speaking with Big Bill Ellison at a nearby bench.
"My name is Hapworth, Walter Hapworth,"
the man said.
"I'm staying at the Hotel Excelsior and taking part in the current golf tournament. I have the morning free, and I thought, if you didn't mind, I'd like to look through your works.
Glad to have you, Mr. Hapworth,
Bill said warmly, shaking his hand.
We're proud of this plant and always happy to show visitors around. Are you particularly interested in flying?
As a spectator, yes.
Hapworth replied with a smile.
I've never flown myself, but watching that flying circus the other day stirred something in me. I might give it a try. I've done almost everything else. Wouldn't mind a new thrill.
You definitely get plenty of those.
Bill laughed. He paused, considering.
Let me think. Who can I send with you?
His eyes landed on Ted, and he gestured toward him.
I'll have him show you around,
Bill said. Hapworth raised an eyebrow and coughed slightly.
Isn't he a bit young?
He asked doubtfully.
No, there might be things I'd want to know that he wouldn't be able to explain.
Ellison chuckled.
Don't worry about that for a second. If you can ask him something about planes he doesn't know, it's more than I've been able to manage. Ted?
Yes, Mr. Ellison?
Ted responded, setting aside his work and approaching the two men.
I want to introduce you to Mr. Hapworth,
Bill said.
Mr. Hapworth, meet Ted Scott.
The two shook hands.
Ted, I've asked you to take Mr. Hapworth around the works. Show him the different departments and give him a sense of just how impressive the DeValley Hipson plant is.
I'll be glad to,
Ted said, nodding with enthusiasm. Ted immediately took a liking to the visitor. Walter Hapworth had a tall, muscular build, strong features, an aquiline nose, and pleasant grey eyes. His clothes and manners reflected his upper-class background, but there wasn't a trace of snobbery in his demeanour. Ted silently decided that Hapworth was a regular fellow.
This way, Mr. Hapworth,
Ted said, leading him into the section where planes were being assembled. The variety of aircraft on display was impressive, and Hapworth's eyes lit up with interest.
I didn't realise you produced such a wide range of planes,
Hapworth remarked.
No,
Ted said with a touch of pride.
We make just about everything, from small planes you can store in a garage to large triplanes designed for passengers and freight.
A pretty wide garage it would take for one of those planes, with those broad wings.
Hapworth joked, smiling.
The wings fold up,
Ted explained.
When stored, it doesn't take up much more space than a car.
Just roll it out in the morning and take it for a spin.
Hapworth laughed.
Something like that.
Ted agreed.
Except, of course, not every home has a runway. But once the helicopter principle is perfected, that won't be a problem anymore.
Helicopter?
Hapworth asked curiously.
Yes,
Ted replied.
It's a system that lets a plane rise straight up from the ground without needing a runway. They've made some progress in experiments, but it's not practical yet. It will be, though. There's no scientific reason why it can't be perfected over time.
They moved to the motor department and stopped in front of a new engine running smoothly, its gentle hum music to Ted's trained ear.
Why, water-cooled, like most car engines, I assume?
Hapworth asked.
No,
Ted replied.
That type is becoming outdated. This one is air-cooled.
Interesting,
said Hapworth.
What's the advantage?
Mostly weight,
Ted explained.
In aviation, eliminating unnecessary weight is everything. Water is much heavier than air. Plus, you can always rely on air, but water might not be available, like if you're flying over a desert. If your water evaporates and you can't refill it, you're in trouble.
In the parachute department, Hapworth picked up a piece of cloth and examined it.
Feels like silk,
he remarked.
That's right,
Ted said.
It's basket weave silk. They used to use Japanese habutai silk, but now they've determined that basket weave is superior.
Why is that?
Hapworth asked, his interest piqued.
For a few reasons,
Ted explained.
Basket weave parachutes have less oscillation compared to the habutai kind. They also absorb the shock of opening better, which reduces the risk of sprains or bruises during a landing. The slower descent they provide makes for a much gentler experience. One of our guys tested it recently and said he hardly felt like he was moving at all.
All over the plant they went, and there wasn't a single question the visitor asked that Ted didn't answer promptly and intelligently.
Why? You're a walking encyclopedia on airplane manufacturing,
exclaimed Mr. Hapworth as they made their way back to the foreman.
Where in the world did you learn all this?
Oh, there's still plenty I have to learn,
Ted replied modestly.
But I keep my eyes and ears open, and I study a lot at home.
Have you ever been up in a plane yourself?
Hapworth asked.
I went up yesterday for the first time,
Ted said, his excitement evident.
It was an amazing experience.
Weren't you scared?
No,
Ted answered simply.
I was so interested in the trip that I didn't have time to be scared.
Hapworth laughed heartily.
That's a new definition of bravery,
he said with a chuckle.
Didn't have time to be scared. My boy, you've got the makings of a true airman. Ever thought about flying as a profession?
Yes,
Ted admitted.
As soon as I can save enough money for flight school, there's nothing on earth I'd rather do than fly.
Hapworth studied him thoughtfully, as if weighing his next words, but ultimately seemed to hold back.
I'd like to see more of you, if you're willing,
he said after a pause.
Thanks for showing me around the plant. I'd like to show my appreciation in some way. Have you ever been to a golf tournament?
No,
Ted replied.
But I've always thought I'd like to see one. They say it's a great game.
It is,
Hapworth agreed enthusiastically. He pulled a card from his pocket and jotted something down.
Show this to the gatekeeper at the golf grounds,
he said, handing it to Ted.
He'll let you in. Do you have Saturday afternoons off?
Yes,
Ted said, accepting the card gratefully.
The work's close at noon.
Then come by if you can,
Hapworth urged.
Saturday afternoon will be a big day on the course. I'll be playing myself. After the game, come find me at the Hotel Excelsior. I'd like to have a talk with you.
I'd be glad to,
Ted replied, as he returned Hapworth to, and, with a farewell, headed back to his bench.
Well, Mr. Hapworth, how did you like our plant?
Big Bill asked genially.
It's incredible,
the visitor replied.
I had no idea it was so large or so fascinating. And that boy you gave me as a guide, he's fantastic. He understands everything from A to Z and explains it so clearly. He's a remarkable young man.
Ted's all right,
Ellison responded emphatically.
We think a lot of him around here.
I should think you would,
Hapworth replied.
He seems like one young fellow in 1,000. I understand he has ambitions to become a flyer.
Yes, and if he gets the chance, he'll be a crackerjack, or I'm way off,
Ellison said confidently.
Too bad he doesn't have the money to go to a flying school.
No means at all,
Hapworth inquired.
Not a dollar to spare,
Big Bill replied.
He earns good wages for a lad his age, but he's practically supporting the couple who adopted him. They've fallen on hard times, and I guess every penny he makes goes to keeping them afloat. It's a shame, too. Give that boy half a chance, and he'd really make something of himself.
He shall have his chance,
murmured Hapworth, almost to himself.
What's that?
Ellison asked, not catching the words.
Nothing,
Hapworth replied absently, his mind already elsewhere. Chapter 7. Discomfited Bullies. The tour golf course was bustling on the Saturday afternoon when Ted, carrying Mr. Hapworth's card, passed through the gate. Not only were the guests of the Hotel Excelsior present in full force, but a host of visitors had gathered from across the region. The occasion was the club championship, with the competition narrowed down to Ransom, the current title holder, and Mr. Hapworth, the challenger. After several elimination games earlier in the week, Ted joined the gallery that followed the match from hole to hole, cheering enthusiastically for Mr. Hapworth. He held a great admiration for him and was hopeful for his victory, and win he did. After a grueling struggle, with the outcome uncertain until the final hole, a superb putt by Hapworth clinched the game. As the cheers subsided, members of the committee gave speeches, and the trophy was presented to the new champion. Though Hapworth hadn't noticed Ted in the crowd, Ted remembered his promise to visit his new friend after the game. He waited patiently, assuming Mr. Hapworth would need time to shower and change into his regular clothes. To pass the time, Ted wandered around the links, marveling at the course's exceptional beauty. The sward glowed like green velvet under the slanting rays of the late afternoon sun. He easily believed the reports in the papers claiming it to be unmatched anywhere in the state, yet his appreciation of the scenery was tinged with bitterness. He couldn't forget that this magnificent property rightfully belonged to Eben Browning. Browning had owned every acre of it before being swindled out of his land by the scheming, unscrupulous man who now claimed it. If Eben still had it, Ted thought, how easily his dream of a flying course could come to fruition. But dwelling on such dark thoughts would do no good. When Ted estimated that Hapworth would be ready, he made his way to the Hotel Excelsior, its wide verandas filled with lively, laughing groups. As he approached the main entrance steps, he encountered Greg and Duck Gale coming down. Their eyes locked onto him with a look of malicious recognition.
"Look who's here,"
sneered Greg, added Duck mockingly.
"What are you doing here anyway?"
Greg demanded, his tone aggressive.
"That's none of your business,"
replied Ted calmly.
"I'll make it my business soon enough."
Greg growled.
"This place isn't meant for people like you."
"Throw him off the grounds,"
Duck suggested.
"You'll find that's a pretty big task,"
Ted retorted, his anger simmering, though he fought to keep it under control.
"These cheapskates ought to be taught to know their places,"
snarled Greg, Ted's fists clenched, and his vision clouded with anger. What might have happened next was unclear, as he teetered on the edge of an outburst. But before he could act, a voice called out from the top of the steps.
"Why, here you are, Scott,"
exclaimed Walter Hapworth as he descended the steps briskly, reaching out to clasp Ted's hand warmly.
"I've been looking all over for you. I was afraid you'd passed up my invitation."
The warmth in Hapworth's tone and handshake was a soothing balm to Ted's wounded pride.
"No danger of that, Mr. Hapworth,"
Ted replied with a smile.
"I've been looking forward to it ever since I saw you at the works. Come right up. Let's find a cozy corner for a chat,"
Hapworth said, gesturing toward the veranda.
"And I want you to be my guest at dinner."
The transformation in Greg and Duck's demeanor during this exchange was almost laughable. Their bravado evaporated in an instant, replaced by sheepish discomfort. This boy, whom they had belittled and dismissed because of his modest circumstances, was now revealed to be an invited guest of Walter Hapworth, the wealthy golf champion and the most celebrated guest at the Hotel Excelsior. The realization left them both stunned and mortified.
"Gee, we almost made a colossal mistake,"
Greg muttered, watching Ted and Hapworth walk away.
"Dad would have hit the roof if we'd done anything to upset Mr. Hapworth."
Duck murmured in agreement. Meanwhile, Hapworth and Ted wove their way through the lively crowd on the veranda, heading toward a quieter spot. Just as they were about to settle in, Ted caught sight of Mr. Monet. A look of delighted recognition lit up Monet's face as he hurried forward with an outstretched hand.
"My brave young friend,"
he exclaimed, gripping Ted's hand firmly.
"It is a great pleasure to see you again."
"I'm glad to see you too,"
Ted replied warmly.
"So you're a friend of Mr. Hapworth's as well?"
Monet observed, noting their companionship.
"Mr. Hapworth and I are old acquaintances, but I do hope you'll accept my invitation to dinner tonight."
"I saw him first,"
Hapworth interjected with a friendly smile.
"How about we all get together?"
"That sounds perfect,"
Monet agreed.
"But I still hope to have Mr. Scott as my guest another time."
"You referred to him as your brave young friend,"
Hapworth noted with interest.
"Was that because of his airplane trip the other day?"
"Not at all,"
Monet replied.
"I was referring to the day of the flying circus when he saved my life. You may recall I mentioned it to you."
"So this was the young man, was it?"
Mr. Hapworth asked, regarding Ted with renewed interest.
"Well, I'd say offhand, that's exactly the kind of thing he'd do."
The three settled into a quiet corner of the veranda and chatted for a while on various topics. Naturally, the golf tournament took up much of the conversation.
"I'm so glad you won, Mr. Hapworth,"
Ted said earnestly.
"I was rooting for you the whole game. That final putt was incredible."
"Luck played a role there,"
Hapworth replied with a smile.
"Did you notice how the ball hesitated right on the edge of the hole? It seemed like it couldn't decide whether to drop in or not. I tell you, my heart was in my throat."
"It must be a huge strain to play a game like that with the championship on the line,"
Ted observed.
"It is,"
Hapworth admitted.
"And I'll be honest, I'm relieved it's over, but now I'm starving. Let's head into dinner."
Ted had never experienced a dinner as lavish as that evening's. The fine damask tablecloths, sparkling crystal, polished silver, and vibrant flower arrangements, all illuminated by soft, shaded lights, created an atmosphere of elegance. The meal itself was exquisite, served by quiet, attentive waiters. Though Ted was unsure about the correct use of the array of forks before him, he handled himself with calm confidence, and his gracious companions made every effort to put him at ease. As they reached the coffee course, Mr. Hapworth steered the conversation toward a subject that had been on his mind.
I hope you don't mind if I use your first name, Ted.
He began.
But if you'd heard all that Mr. Ellison said about you the other day, you might have blushed.
I guess Mr. Ellison thinks a lot more of me than I deserve,
Ted replied modestly.
He's been a really good friend to me.
I don't think he was exaggerating,
Hapworth said with a smile.
But we'll leave that aside. He mentioned that you were considering going into aviation and thought you'd be a standout. Now, suppose you'd made up your mind to pursue flying. What would be your first step?
Well, the first step would be to enroll in a flying school,
Ted explained.
You get training there that you can't get anywhere else. If you pass the tests, you're qualified to apply for a federal pilot's license.
And after that?
Hapworth asked.
Then it's about finding a job,
Ted replied.
You could become an airmail pilot, join the Army or Navy, or go into commercial aviation. There are more good positions than there are skilled aviators, and there are plenty of opportunities to compete for big prizes in various contests.
I see,
said Hapworth thoughtfully.
Now, about flying school. How much would it cost to go through the program?
That depends,
Ted said.
Some schools charge more than others, but on average, it'd cost about $400 for tuition. Then you'd need about $200 more for board and lodging.
So, about $600 altogether,
Hapworth summarized.
That should cover it,
Ted confirmed. There was a brief silence. Mr. Hapworth appeared to be pondering something, as though searching for the right words. Finally, he cleared his throat and leaned forward slightly.
Ted?
He said.
I hope you know I consider myself your friend. I wouldn't dream of prying into your personal affairs without good reason. You won't be offended if I ask you a personal question or two, will you?
Certainly not,
Ted replied, though he wondered what on earth Mr. Hapworth was getting at.
I know you'd only ask out of kindness.
And kindness, with a good dose of friendship,
his host added warmly.
Well, here goes. Do you have any money saved up that might help you get through the training school?
No, Mr. Hapworth, I don't,
Ted admitted.
I suppose I ought to be ashamed to say so, but...
I know exactly what that but means,
Mr. Hapworth interrupted, his tone encouraging.
And it does you credit. Mr. Ellison told me you've given nearly all your earnings to the folks who've raised you.
Yes,
Ted said, his voice softening.
Not that I minded, not for a second. They've been wonderful to me, and I can never repay them for their kindness. It's not their fault. They're doing everything they can. They're running the old Bromville house, which used to do well. But the hotel's outdated now, and they struggle just to make ends meet. Most of the time they can't, so my wages help fill the gap.
I see,
said Mr. Hapworth, his tone full of sympathy.
That's another thing to consider if you were to go to flying school. You'd not only need enough for tuition and personal expenses, but the folks at home would need to have something to replace your income while you're away. And even after completing the course, there could be a delay before you find the right job.
You've got it exactly right,
Ted replied, with a hint of sadness.
I'll just have to keep working until I can manage it somehow. Maybe business will pick up at the hotel, or maybe I'll get a raise. Either way, it's out of reach for now.
Mr. Hapworth had been quietly jotting numbers on the back of the menu card.
All told, $1,000 should cover everything,
he murmured.
Don't you think so, Ted?
More than cover it,
Ted agreed.
All right,
said Mr. Hapworth decisively, pulling a checkbook and fountain pen from his pocket.
You're going to have that 1,000.
Chapter 8. The Aviation School. Ted Scott's head was spinning as Mr. Hapworth's words sank in, and he watched the man calmly pull out his checkbook.
What? What's that?
Ted stammered, half rising from his seat.
I said, you're going to have that $1,000,
replied the young millionaire with a playful smile.
But...
Ted stuttered in disbelief.
I didn't know. I can't take your money. You don't know me. I have no claim on you. No, I just can't.
Now, look here, Ted,
protested Mr. Hapworth.
Be reasonable. You need this money, and you can put it to good use. I have more than I know what to do with, and I want to do this for you. In fact, I can't think of anything I'd rather do right now. Why should you take away my chance to enjoy helping someone who deserves it?
It's incredibly kind of you to say that,
Ted replied, his voice thick with emotion.
But still, I don't feel right about this. You don't even know me. We've only met once before today. How can I accept such generosity?
I know enough,
Mr. Hapworth said firmly.
I know a winner when I see one. I want to do something worthwhile with my money, and staking you to that flying course seems like the perfect way to do it. This money means nothing to me, but it could mean everything to you. Let me do some good with it.
What Mr. Hapworth says is most sensible, mon ami,
interjected Mr. Monet, who had been listening intently to the conversation.
The only suggestion I would make is that he allow me to share in this pleasure. Let us each contribute $500. Is it not so?
As you wish,
Walter Hapworth replied with a gracious nod.
I'm happy to share the joy.
Selfish,
Ted exclaimed, tears springing to his eyes at the overwhelming generosity and thoughtfulness of his two new friends.
You're both the very definition of kindness, but I've done nothing to deserve it.
Nothing, except saving my life the other day,
said Mr. Monet quietly.
And nothing, except renewing my faith in the young men of this generation,
added Mr. Hapworth.
Now listen, Ted. This sort of thing has been done countless times before. Think of the prospectors in the West, who couldn't have achieved anything without someone giving them a stake, but with it, they discovered gold mines. Think of the struggling businessmen who went on to great success because someone gave them the chance to start. Those benefactors simply gambled on their abilities and determination. Now, I, or rather Mr. Monet and I, if he insists, want to take a gamble on you, on your courage and your skill. And we both believe it's a gamble that will pay off in the best possible way.
Mr. Monet nodded emphatically.
But you have no assurance that I will succeed,
replied Ted.
I may fail completely when it comes to real flying. There are so many qualifications required of an aviator that I might not pass all the tests. Then your money would be wasted.
I'll take a chance on that,
returned Hapworth.
And I also,
added Mr. Monet. Ted was deeply moved.
I'm all upset,
he murmured.
You both are so good beyond words. This has come to me so suddenly that my head is spinning. I'd like to discuss it with my foster parents if you don't mind. I feel I owe them that.
That's perfectly reasonable,
agreed Mr. Hapworth.
They should, as you say, be consulted. I hope they'll come around to our way of thinking. Suppose you stop by in a couple of nights to let us know your decision.
And this time, you'll both be my guests at dinner,
added Mr. Monet. Ted eagerly agreed, and for the time being, the subject was set aside. They continued to chat for a while, sipping coffee and listening to the band. Eventually, Ted, after expressing his gratitude again, bade his warm-hearted friends goodbye and headed home. At a nearby table hidden by a cluster of palms, two young men sat watching.
Well, what do you think of that?
asked Greg Gale of his brother Duck.
Fools and their money are soon parted,
snapped Duck, tapping the ashes from his cigarette into an ashtray.
That fellow, a flyer,
snorted Greg, his tone dripping with disdain.
He'll go up like a rocket and come down like a stick,
predicted Duck.
But suppose he does succeed and becomes one of the top aviators,
Greg suggested reluctantly, his distaste for the idea evident.
Can you imagine Bromville fawning over him, that cheap skate acting all high and mighty?
I hope he breaks his neck,
snarled Duck.
And why is Hapworth getting involved in this anyway? Why doesn't he mind his own business?
Not so loud, Duck,
cautioned Greg.
Remember, Hapworth's poured a fortune into the golf course, and Dad wants to stay on his good side.
Meanwhile, Ted Scott walked home in a daze. As though in a dream, he occasionally pinched himself to ensure it was all real. His entire perspective on the future had shifted. What had seemed impossible only a short time ago was now clearly within reach. One thing was clear in Ted's mind. If he accepted the money, it would only be as a loan, not a gift. He resolved to work tirelessly to repay every cent. Ted knew his generous friends wouldn't mind if he never paid them back. But that didn't matter to him. His self-respect demanded it. He found Eben and Charity sitting on the veranda. Dropping down on the top step near them, he greeted them affectionately.
We were a mite worried when you didn't come home for dinner,
said Charity.
Thought maybe a rush order had come into the works and you'd had to work overtime,
remarked Eben.
No, it wasn't that,
Ted replied, wiping his brow, as the night was warm and he'd hurried home.
I had dinner at the Hotel Excelsior.
The old couple straightened up in astonishment.
The Hotel Excelsior,
exclaimed Eben.
Guess the food was a heap better than what you get at home,
Sighed Charity.
Don't you believe it?
Ted said stoutly.
Sure, there were plenty of fancy dishes with French names, but there's no cooking anywhere as good as yours, Mother.
How come you were there?
Asked Eben.
Dinner at that place must have cost a fortune.
Not a cent,
Ted replied.
I was invited by Mr. Hapworth, the man I told you about, who came to the works the other morning. He's a real prince, I can tell you.
No better than my boy,
said Charity a bit jealously.
Well, he's got a lot more money anyway,
laughed Ted.
I met Mr. Monet, too. You know, the man I pulled out of the way of that airplane. And guess what they said to me? Go on, take 3 guesses.
I was never much good at riddles,
smiled Eben.
Don't keep us waiting, Ted,
pleaded Charity.
What did they say?
They offered me $1,000.
Ted announced. If he'd hoped to make an impression, he succeeded. Eben nearly fell out of his chair, while Charity threw up her hands in amazement.
$1,000?
They cried in unison.
You're pulling our leg,
said Eben, looking at Ted with a mix of disbelief and reproach.
Nary a string,
replied Ted, laughing, before launching into the details of the generous proposition that had been made to him.
Of course,
he concluded.
I wouldn't accept it as a gift, but I thought it might be all right as a loan. I told them I'd talk it over with you first and see what you thought about it.
Their initial thoughts, once they had recovered from their surprise, were mostly negative. Both Eben and Charity harbored the instinctive dread of flying common to the older generation, filling their minds with grim images of disaster. They worshipped Ted, cherishing him as the apple of their eye, and the thought of him taking such risks was almost unbearable. Eben was the first to waver under Ted's earnest pleadings. He had a broader perspective on life and understood, as a man himself, that risks accompanied many of life's endeavors. He also knew that the greatest rewards often came to those who embraced the greatest risks. Charity, however, was harder to persuade. Her emotions ruled her reasoning, and she imagined Ted dead, crippled, or the victim of countless other calamities. She knew she would constantly wrestle with fear. Yet, as she saw how deeply the boy's heart was set on this opportunity, her love for him ultimately overcame her resistance.
I suppose, after all, the Lord is Lord of the sky as well as the earth,
she said at last, wiping her eyes with a corner of her apron.
And I shall be praying day and night that he'll have you in his holy keeping.
I know you will, Mother dear,
said Ted, kissing her.
And with you praying, I'm sure nothing bad can happen to me.
The next morning, Ted brought up the subject with Big Bill Ellison. Bill listened with the utmost interest.
Those fellows are all wool and a yard wide,
he said approvingly when Ted finished.
I liked that young Hapworth the moment I laid eyes on him.
What do you think I ought to do, Mr. Ellison?
Ted asked.
Do?
Exclaimed Bill.
Snap up the offer like a trout gobbles a worm. It's the chance of a lifetime. I'd hate to lose you, but I'd hate myself even more if I stood in your way.
Seems to me they're taking a mighty big gamble,
Ted said hesitantly.
No gamble at all, the way I see it,
Bill replied.
They're betting on a sure thing. Now, there ain't much sure in this world but death and taxes, but betting on you is like putting money in the bank.
Ted flushed at the unqualified praise.
I'm afraid you're overstating it,
he protested.
Not a bit,
declared Bill firmly.
Why, do you know what Tom Maltby said to me yesterday?
What?
Asked Ted, curiosity piqued. Bill leaned forward with a grin.
He said to me, mark my words, Bill. That boy, Ted Scott, is a comer. We'll yet see him writing his name across the sky.
Chapter 9. A Crooked Deal. Writing his name across the sky. Would he ever achieve such fame? Ted Scott wondered. The thought sent a thrill through him, tingling to his very fingertips. For the rest of that day and the next, he worked as if in a daze, a golden daze. Ambition stirred him to his core. Ted couldn't forget that many in town still regarded him as a nobody. Time and again, he had raged inwardly at their dismissive attitudes. He had tried countless times to trace his parentage, but the past remained a locked book, one that would not be opened for many years to come. On the evening of the second day, Ted kept his dinner appointment with Mr. Monet. Both he and Mr. Hapworth greeted him warmly, even eagerly. It was clear that their desire to stake him had only grown stronger. By unspoken agreement, they avoided discussing the real purpose of his visit until after enjoying an excellent dinner. Once they had finished, his host and Mr. Hapworth lit their cigars and turned to Ted with amused smiles.
"Well, mon ami,"
asked Mr. Monet.
"have your father and mother given their consent to our proposition?"
Yes,
replied Ted.
though I had to fight hard to make them see it my way. I don't think my mother truly agrees,
he added.
But at least she won't stand in my way.
"Oh, that is good,"
Mr. Monet said heartily.
Then we can consider the matter settled.
Mr. Hapworth exulted.
If you and Mr. Monet still feel the same way about it, yes.
Ted replied.
That is, if you'll let me take the money as a loan and pay you back when I can.
Oh, I don't think that will be a problem,
Mr. Hapworth said with a smile, and Mr. Monet nodded in agreement.
"We're both perfectly willing to make it a gift outright and let it go at that. But if it makes you feel better to think of it as a loan, we'll do it that way."
If I live, I'll pay it,
Ted declared.
But there's one other thing. Suppose something happens to me while I'm in training. If I die in a crash or something, you'd have no security and you'd lose your money.
We'd feel so terrible if anything happened to you that the money wouldn't matter at all,
Mr. Monet affirmed.
All the same,
Ted insisted.
I think I should get my life insured in your favor for the $1,000 in interest.
Now, nothing like that,
objected Mr. Hapworth.
First of all, it would be hard for you to get insured except at a sky-high premium. Life insurance companies don't look favourably on flying. And second, we wouldn't want any money that required you to die for us to receive it.
It's incredibly generous of you,
Ted said earnestly.
Even if I repay the money, I'll still be in your debt for the rest of my life.
I've no doubt that when the day comes and you're famous, we'll feel indebted to you for allowing us the privilege of helping along the good work,
declared Mr. Monet with a smile.
Now, let's settle this matter here and move on.
He pulled out his checkbook and wrote a check to Ted's order for $500. Mr. Hapworth followed suit, writing his own check, and handed it to Ted, who accepted them with trembling hands and a voice thick with emotion. $1,000! To Mr. Monet and Mr. Hapworth, it was simply the satisfaction of a generous impulse. But to Ted, it was the key to achieving the dream of his life. Sensing his feelings and wishing to put him at ease, his benefactors quickly shifted the conversation to lighter topics.
What do you think of this hotel, Ted?
Asked Walter Hapworth, tapping the ash from his cigar.
Pretty grand, isn't it?
I should say so,
Ted replied.
It's overwhelming. I doubt there are many finer hotels in the country.
Not outside the great cities,
Hapworth agreed.
Of course, the ones in New York and Chicago outshine this by quite a bit.
At that moment, Brewster Gale, the hotel proprietor, passed by their table. A large, bulky man, Gale dressed extravagantly, indeed overdressed. Multiple diamonds flashed on his hands, and the one in his tie sparkled so brightly it was almost ostentatious. Despite his suave demeanor, his heavy jowls, cruel mouth, and shifty eyes betrayed a less than savory character. He barely glanced at Ted, but bowed obsequiously to Hapworth and Monet. Hapworth acknowledged the greeting with a casual nod, but Mr. Monet's response was formal and stiff, almost hostile. This did not escape Hapworth's notice.
What's the matter, Paul?
Hapworth asked with the easy familiarity of an old friend.
You and Gale had a run-in?
A run-in?
Mr. Monet echoed, momentarily puzzled.
I do not always follow your American expressions.
An argument?
Hapworth clarified with a laugh.
Or maybe even a quarrel, if it's as serious as that.
I would not call it a quarrel,
Monet replied.
But we did have a discussion this afternoon that was far from pleasant. You know, mon ami, I've made a substantial investment in the golf course.
Yes, I know,
Hapworth said, his interest visibly piqued.
I hold a good block of stock in it myself. I've been figuring it should be a solid moneymaker.
It should,
Monet agreed.
The location is central, and there are already a number of tournaments scheduled on the course. But during my conversation with Monsieur Gale today, a few matters arose that caused me some concern.
As for instance?
Asked Mr. Hapworth, now fully engaged.
Well, some of the expenditures,
replied Mr. Monet.
It seemed to me that certain bills were so high as to be absurd. For example, there was a charge of $30,000 for work done by the landscape architects, a sum that, in my judgment, would have been expensive, even at $20,000.
How did Gale explain it?
Asked Hapworth.
Oh, he talked about the high cost of labour and materials.
Mr. Monet replied with a shrug.
Generalities that failed to convince me. I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that I was being, how do you say it, played for a sucker, and he didn't look me directly in the eye as he spoke.
Did he show you the receipted bills?
Hapworth inquired.
Yes, and they seem regular enough in form,
Mr. Monet admitted.
He also showed me the cancelled cheque for the $30,000. There's no doubt that the bill was rendered and paid. Everything appeared legitimate, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
Of course, the bill and the cheque don't necessarily prove anything,
Hapworth observed thoughtfully.
If the parties were dishonest, it would be easy to arrange for a bill of $30,000 to be issued, even if the real cost was only $20,000. That would make the books look correct. Then, by prior agreement, the architect could return the extra $10,000 to Gale, who could pocket it himself without anyone being the wiser. Remember, we made him treasurer. Now, I'm not saying that's what happened, but it's certainly a possibility.
It is possible,
said Mr. Monet, frowning.
Perhaps we have been too, what is the word, too trusting with Monsieur Gale. We should investigate more closely, mon ami.
Yet Gale seemed above suspicion,
mused Hapworth.
The commercial agencies didn't have anything against him. He appears to be a man of considerable wealth who wouldn't need to stoop to anything dishonest. Still, it might be wise to keep a closer watch on him.
I think it would,
remarked Ted quietly. The two men turned to him surprised.
What do you mean?
Inquired Mr. Hapworth.
Do you know something about Monsieur Gale?
Asked Mr. Monet.
I don't know him personally, and I doubt he even knows I exist,
Ted replied.
But my foster parents know about him, and not for good reasons.
Tell us more,
urged Mr. Hapworth.
I've never been able to get the full story,
Ted admitted.
It's a complicated mess. What I do know is that my foster father, Eben Browning, used to own every inch of the land now covered by the hotel and the golf course, and Brewster Gale took it from him.
This revelation caused a stir in his listeners.
But surely Gale paid him for it,
interjected Mr. Hapworth.
That's just it,
replied Ted.
He didn't pay him. All Eben ever got was the first few $100 paid down to seal the bargain. He never saw another cent.
Is that even possible?
Breathed Mr. Monet in disbelief.
And this property is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars,
exclaimed Mr. Hapworth.
I don't know how it happened,
Ted continued.
Eben himself is confused about it. He's so honest that he assumed everyone else would be too. There was some kind of trickery involved. Gale had plenty of crooked lawyers and all the money he needed to fight with, while Eben had nothing. The long and short of it is that Gale ended up with the property.
It's monstrous,
exclaimed Mr. Hapworth, slamming his fist on the table.
The man is a scoundrel,
cried Mr. Monet angrily.
If a man is crooked in one thing, he'll be crooked in others,
Hapworth went on.
You were absolutely right, Paul, when you said we've been too easygoing. I'm going to get to the bottom of this immediately, and that's not just talk.
The sooner the better,
agreed Mr. Monet.
You may have done us a greater favour than you realise by telling us this,
he added, turning to Ted.
If I have, I'm glad,
Ted replied.
I'd hate to see you or Mr. Hapworth lose money on the golf course. And if Brewster Gale has been crooked with you, I hope he's held accountable.
If he has, he won't get off lightly,
promised Mr. Hapworth, with a steely glint in his eye. It was a look that, if Brewster Gale had seen it, might have unsettled the man with his heavy jowls, shifty eyes, and an overabundance of diamonds. Chapter 10. Starting in.
So it's all settled, is it?
Asked Ellison the next morning, as Ted Scott reported for work.
Yes,
replied Ted, slightly surprised.
But how did you know?
Oh, one look at your face was enough,
laughed Big Bill.
You look like you've just come into $1 million.
Make it 1,000 and you'll be right,
said Ted, his face glowing.
It's all arranged. I'm going to a flying school as soon as I can make the arrangements. The question is, which one? I want the best there is. Can you give me a recommendation?
Well,
said Bill thoughtfully,
most of them are good, but Some are better than others. Tom knows more about them than I do. Let's ask him.
Tom Maltby, when consulted, immediately recommended the Tellson School.
It's top-notch,
he said.
It's about 100 miles from here, right on the shore of a lake, so you'll get experience in both airplanes and seaplanes. The head of it is Major Bradley, a retired Army officer. He led the aviation squadron I served with in France. Let me tell you, what that man doesn't know about flying isn't worth knowing. He's strict as blazes, won't stand for any nonsense, and won't hesitate to give you a tongue-lashing if you deserve it. But his school has produced some of the best airmen out there. I don't think you could find a better place.
That sounds perfect,
said Ted.
I'll write to him tonight.
He wrote the letter that evening, and within a few days, he received a reply containing all the details he needed. The terms were reasonable, the location was just a few hours away, and combined with Tom's glowing recommendation, Ted made his decision. The following days flew by. Ted had a long list of things to buy to complete his outfit, and even working at full speed, it took a week before he was ready to leave. Ted was a favorite among his co-workers at the plant, and they were brimming with excitement about his new venture. While they hated to see him go, they were thrilled that he was pursuing his dream. On his last day at the plant, they gathered around him to offer their well wishes.
Show them the kind of stuff the DeValley Hipson plant turns out,
said Mark Lawson.
Put Bromville on the map,
urged Breck Lewis.
And when you're flying high, don't forget us poor souls stuck here on the ground,
joked Jack Forrest. Big Bill Ellison was quieter but equally heartfelt.
I'm counting on big things from you, Ted,
he said, gripping his hand firmly.
I know you've got what it takes. There'll be challenges ahead, but you'll come through them just fine. And don't forget, you've got a whole crowd of friends here rooting for you.
Give my regards to Major Bradley,
said Tom.
Tell him one of his old boys wishes him luck. Maybe he'll remember that little bombing run we did just before the armistice.
Mr. Hapworth and Mr. Monet, whom Ted visited to bid farewell, were equally warm in their encouragement.
Remember, we're banking on you, Ted,
said Mr. Hapworth.
I fully expect you to make us proud.
We'll be seeing your name in big headlines before long,
added Mr. Monet with a smile.
I don't know about that,
laughed Ted.
But if I don't succeed, it won't be for lack of effort. I'll never forget how kind you've both been to me.
The most difficult moment for Ted came when it was time to part with Eben and Charity. Eben's voice was husky with emotion, and Charity wept openly. Blowing his nose vigorously,
Take care of yourself, and let us hear from you often.
May the good Lord keep you safe,
sobbed Charity.
I'll be praying for you day and night until you come back to us.
Ted's own farewells were faltering, and he hurried away before his emotions overwhelmed him completely. Once on the train, he let his thoughts wander. The die was cast. He had taken the first decisive step toward his dream. His future would now largely be spent in the skies. He glanced upward. The sky was an azure blue, bright and smiling. He took it as a good omen, yet he knew that skies weren't always friendly. At times they would be filled with angry clouds, pierced by lightning and shaken by deafening thunder. He imagined himself piloting his fragile plane through such fury, a mere speck at the mercy of the storm. He pictured darker scenarios, an engine failure, a crumpled wing, and the earth far below, 10,000 feet or more. Ted Scott, even in his most hopeful moments, never lost sight of reality. Flying was not a pastime. It was a demanding and dangerous calling. Life and death were the stakes in this great endeavor. Many brave, skilled, and hopeful aviators had plunged through the void to their deaths. What assurance did he have that he would be spared such a fate? None at all. Yet he was undaunted. Death was inevitable for everyone, and the death of an airman, instant and merciful, was no cause for fear. With an effort, Ted pushed aside such somber thoughts. He was young, strong, happy, and alive. He stood at the edge of a great adventure. That was enough. He looked out the train window and watched the telegraph poles flash by. Judging by their speed, The train was traveling at 40 miles an hour. Once, that had seemed astonishingly fast to him. Now he almost laughed. 40 miles an hour? That was crawling. Soon, in the air, he would be traveling at 100 miles an hour. Maybe 150, or even 200. Still, even at its modest speed, the train brought him quickly to his destination. The flying field of the Tellson School was several miles from the Wilbraham station, but a bus ran between the two locations. Before long, Ted found himself standing at the Tellson School, face to face with Major Bradley, its supervising head. The title, Major, had intimidated Ted at first. He had imagined a grizzled veteran, but he quickly realized how young many officers in the AEF, especially those in the flying service, had been. Major Bradley appeared to be no older than 35, a well-built man with a tanned face, a pleasant smile, and piercing eyes that conveyed authority and confidence.
"So, you want to be a flyer, do you?"
Major Bradley said with a genial nod, studying Ted from head to toe with evident approval.
"I hope to be,"
Ted replied modestly.
"You know this isn't about joyriding,"
the Major continued.
"A lot of fellows come here thinking it is. We set them straight quickly. If they can't take it seriously, we send them packing. This school doesn't waste time on those who aren't ready for hard work."
"Tom Maltby told me as much,"
Ted replied.
"That's why I chose to come here."
"Tom Maltby,"
mused the Major.
"I had a man by that name in my flying squadron in France. Could it be the same one?"
"Tom said he served under you,"
Ted confirmed.
"He mentioned a little bombing expedition just before the armistice and wondered if you remembered it."
"Do I remember?"
exclaimed Major Bradley.
"I guess I do. I have good reason to. The morning after that mission, we were heading back to the aerodrome when we got jumped by 3 enemy planes. I managed to take down one, but then my gun jammed, and I was a sitting duck. Maltby took on both of the others and brought them down. If he hadn't done that, I wouldn't be here today."
"He didn't tell me about that,"
remarked Ted.
"He wouldn't."
The Major chuckled.
Tom Maltby wasn't one to boast. To him, anything that came along was just part of the job. I should fly over and see the old boy one of these days. But now let's get to business. Have you ever been up in the air?
"Only once,"
Ted replied.
"Tom took me up."
"He did, huh?"
said the Major.
"Was it just straight flying, or did he throw in any stunts?"
"Pretty much everything he knew, I guess,"
Ted said.
"He was testing a new plane and wanted to see how it handled in all conditions."
"Glad to get back on the ground, weren't you?"
the Major asked, studying Ted closely.
"No,"
Ted replied simply.
"I was sorry."
The Major chuckled.
"Maybe you're naturally cut out for an airman. We'll see. You'll start tomorrow. I'll give you the names of a few places in Wilbraham where you can get good room and board. You can take the bus over each morning and back in the evening. For now, come with me, and I'll show you the field so you won't feel like a stranger when you report tomorrow."
He led Ted out to the training field, a vast area about half a mile long and nearly as wide. The ground was almost perfectly level, and the close-cut turf ensured smooth takeoffs and landings. To the left, the blue waters of a large lake sparkled in the sun. Scattered across the field were several planes of varying sizes and designs. Some were being repaired or tuned up, while small groups of people, pupils and instructors, Ted assumed, gathered around others. Above them, the hum of engines filled the air as several planes performed maneuvers in the sky. Ted looked up at the aircraft overhead, his heart racing with excitement. Soon, in a matter of days or weeks, he would be taking solo flights, up there all alone, carving through the air. The Major's voice pulled him from his reverie.
"One of the first things you'll need to do,"
Major Bradley was saying,
"is learn all about the planes, the wings, struts, motors, propellers, instruments, everything. Have you ever examined a plane up close?"
"Yes, sir,"
Ted replied simply.
"I've made them."
The Major blinked in surprise and let out a low whistle.
"You've made them?"
he exclaimed. Chapter 11. The Blinding Fog.
"Yes,"
replied Ted Scott to the Major's question.
"I've been working for over 2 years at the Diwali Hipson Aero Corporation. When I left, I was in the assembling section."
"I'm glad to hear that,"
said the Major.
"It will make your work here much easier. A large part of the course involves becoming thoroughly familiar with the planes themselves, so familiar, in fact, that in an emergency you could handle minor repairs on your own without relying on a mechanic. The knowledge you already have will give you a strong head start."
If the Major had harbored any doubts about Ted's experience or thought he was boasting, they were quickly dispelled by Ted's intelligent comments on the various types of planes used on the field.
Report tomorrow morning at 9.
The Major instructed after they had toured the field and returned to his quarters.
And remember, while this isn't a military flying field, everything here runs with military precision. 9 o'clock means 9 sharp, not 5 minutes late. The same goes for all the other school regulations.
Ted promised to be punctual and caught the bus back to Wilbraham. The town, with a population of about 5,000, was quiet and pleasant. The first address the Major had given Ted led him to the home of an elderly couple who reminded him of Eben and Charity Browning. They offered him a clean, comfortable, and well-lit room and provided good meals at a reasonable price. Ted unpacked his trunk and carefully arranged his belongings, including his alarm clock, which he considered essential to avoiding the Major's wrath by being late to the field. The next morning, Ted arrived at the school and was introduced to the other students, instructors, and training pilots. Most of the students were friendly, and their warm, informal welcome eased Ted's nerves about joining their ranks. Before beginning his formal training, Ted had to undergo a thorough physical examination. He passed with flying colors. His heart was strong, his vision perfect, with no trace of color blindness or nearsightedness, and his sense of balance and equilibrium were excellent. The doctor's glowing report lifted a weight from Ted's mind. While he had always believed himself to be in excellent health, there had been a lingering fear that some hidden issue might disqualify him. With that fear gone, he felt a renewed confidence as he was handed over to Ned Thompson, one of the training pilots, for instruction in the basics of flying. Ned studied him closely as they shook hands, following a brief introduction by Major Bradley, who then left to attend to other duties on the field.
"I've got a hunch we're going to get along just fine, kid,"
said Ned with a grin.
"especially if you've already decided you're not planning to be a ground pilot."
"What is a ground pilot?"
Ted asked.
"The kind that's always talking about the flights he's going to make, but goes up as little as possible and gets cold shivers every time he actually finds himself in a plane."
Ned grinned.
"Do you come across many like that?"
Ted laughed.
"More than I'd like to,"
Ned grumbled.
"There's always boys who think it sounds big to call themselves aviators, makes them seem heroic, impresses the girls. So they learn just enough to waggle a joystick, and that's as far as they ever get."
"Well, I don't think you'll have to worry about me,"
Ted replied with a laugh.
"I'm here to learn flying from A to Z, and I'm counting on you to teach me."
"Good,"
said Ned.
"Now hop into this plane, and we'll start with lesson number 1.
He pointed to a sturdy, compact plane that looked like it had seen its share of action. The cockpit was equipped with dual controls, allowing either of the 2 occupants to manage the plane without switching seats. The seating area was positioned directly behind the engine and just in front of the main fuel tank. In front of the pilots was the instrument panel, complete with dials and gauges that displayed airspeed, altitude, engine performance, banking angles, and the longitudinal tilt of the plane. The cockpit was enclosed by a glass windshield and sliding hatches, designed to provide excellent visibility. The wings had a unique upward tip that increased the aircraft's stability, and the struts were curved in a way that allowed them to contribute to the plane's lift. For about an hour, Ned sat with Ted in the cockpit, explaining the controls and how to handle the plane. Ted listened intently, absorbing every word and asking thoughtful questions. When Ned felt confident that the theory had been well understood, he started the engine. They taxied down the field for about 300 yards before Ned smoothly lifted the plane into the air, climbing to an altitude of 300 feet. For the next hour, they focused on straight flying. Ted kept his eyes fixed on Ned, observing every movement and learning something new with each passing minute. His natural aptitude for flying, combined with a strong memory, ensured that what he learned stuck with him. When it was time to land, Ned demonstrated the process in what he called slow motion. Rather than fully cutting the throttle, he left it open just enough to reduce the landing speed to a third or a quarter of the normal rate. This gave Ted a clear view of every step involved. By the end of the lesson, both teacher and student were pleased. Ned appreciated Ted's intelligence and eagerness to learn, while Ted was impressed by the pilot's patience and expertise. From that time onward, Ted's progress was swift and steady. He became proficient in reverse control, turns, spirals, and precision landings, both with and without power. Soon he mastered stalls and spins, dives and figure eights, and all the maneuvers that define a skilled aviator. All this training was under the watchful eye of Ned Thompson. Although Ned often handed control of the plane over to Ted, he was always prepared to intervene should any danger arise. One of the most exhilarating parts of the training was the parachute jump. Being seated in the plane high above the ground offered a sense of security, but stepping off into open space, with the Earth 1,500 feet below, was an entirely different challenge.
Feeling a bit jumpy, eh?
Ned asked with a knowing grin as he carefully inspected the parachute.
No use denying it. I can see it in your face. But you'll be surprised how much you will enjoy it. It's just like sinking into a feather bed.
After ensuring the parachute was perfectly secured, Ned gave Ted a confident pat on the back. Ted moved to the edge of the plane and glanced down. The ground seemed impossibly far away.
See you later,
Ned grinned.
Over you go.
With that, Ted Scott stepped into space. At first, he plummeted with breathtaking speed, his stomach dropping as if in freefall. But as the parachute expanded, his descent slowed, and he began to float gently, swaying lazily back and forth as he steadily made his way to the ground. The experience was so thrilling that Ted almost regretted landing in the center of the field. That jump was the first of many, and before long, Ted became so accustomed to parachuting that he treated it as casually as stepping off the running board of a car. However, the most thrilling moment of his training came when he was ready for his first solo flight, taking the plane up, navigating the skies, and landing safely without any guidance.
He hasn't been here long. Do you think he's ready for it?
Major Bradley asked Ned Thompson.
Absolutely and positively,
Ned replied with a laugh.
He's the smartest kid I've trained in years. He's fearless, and his brain is always working. There's not much more I can teach him about flying. He just needs practice.
This high praise from an expert was well-deserved. Ted's first solo flight was a resounding success. He executed a flawless takeoff, climbed smoothly into the sky, and flew with steady hands and a calm mind. The elation he felt at mastering the plane, knowing it responded to his every command, was unforgettable. It was a moment of triumph when he landed perfectly, and was met with hearty congratulations from both Ned and Major Bradley. Ted's skills improved daily. He mastered the intricate techniques of flying, from precise turns and spins to controlled swoops. He developed an instinctive feel for the plane, much like a jockey understands every movement of a horse. The machine became an extension of himself. Even after long days of training, Ted spent his evenings studying. He immersed himself in books and magazines on aviation, learning about meteorology, air currents, and the latest innovations in flight. His cheerful and friendly nature earned him many friends among the other students and locals. Though he received numerous invitations to social events, including poker games and parties, Ted declined them all. He remained disciplined, determined to keep his body strong and his mind sharp. Occasionally, he would go to the movies or enjoy a quiet evening with friends, but his primary focus never wavered. His goal was clear: to write his name across the sky. Ted's ambition was first spoken by his friend Tom Maltby, and it became his guiding principle. One afternoon, Ted embarked on a longer flight, aiming to test his limits by reaching a higher altitude. Altitude was critical in aviation, especially for escaping storms or navigating safely through challenging conditions. As he climbed higher and higher, the exhilaration of the open sky filled him with a sense of freedom. The earth below became a distant blur, and Ted felt entirely at home in the air. However, when it was time to descend, he encountered an unexpected challenge. While he was practicing his maneuvers, a dense fog had rolled in from the lake, completely obscuring the ground below. No matter how hard he tried to peer through the mist, he couldn't make out the flying field or determine his location. He had no idea if he was above land, over the lake, or worse yet, near a town where a landing could end in disaster. He cruised for some time, hoping the fog would lift. Instead, it grew even denser, And to make matters worse, dusk was quickly approaching. The damp, creeping mist wrapped around him like a shroud, its cold grip sending a chill to Ted's heart. He was lost in the fog. Chapter 12. A Jump for Life. Ted Scott's heart seemed to skip a beat as the full gravity of his predicament struck him. The fog surrounding him was utterly impenetrable, as though he were trapped within a solid wall. Despite his best efforts, his straining eyes could not pierce the murky darkness. Hoping for clearer conditions below, he began a cautious descent. His altimeter soon informed him that he was no more than 300 feet above the ground. But the fog was even thicker at that lower altitude, forcing him to climb back to a safer height. In a desperate attempt to get his bearings, he lit a flare and hurled it into the void. The flare momentarily illuminated the dense mist, but within 100 feet, it vanished completely, swallowed by the darkness. Ted was confident the instructors at the flying school must have realized the danger he was in by now. He knew their first course of action would be to shine a powerful searchlight into the sky, hoping to cut through the fog and guide him back to safety. East and west, north and south, Ted's anxious eyes scanned the horizon. Yet there was no glimmer of light to be found. The world below remained cloaked in an unrelenting shroud of darkness, isolating him like a solitary traveler in a forsaken realm. For nearly an hour, Ted circled aimlessly, holding on to the faint hope that the conditions would change. Finally, he caught sight of something, a faint red glow, barely perceptible in the mist. Relief briefly flickered in his heart. Perhaps it was the searchlight from the flying field, but that hope was dashed as quickly as it arose. The glow lacked the sharp, focused rays of a searchlight, nor did it move as the beam of a searchlight would. Instead, it was a broad, diffused light that seemed to spread across a large area. Ted realized it was the glow of a town, a sight that filled him with dread rather than relief. A town was the last place he wanted to be near if he had to make an emergency landing. The risks of crashing into buildings or causing harm to others were far too great. Quickly, he veered away from the area, determined to find a safer spot. The fog, Ted reassured himself, couldn't last forever. All he needed was patience. Eventually, he would spot a suitable place to land. Until then, he decided to climb higher, where the air might be clearer. He ascended another 1,000 feet, breaking free from the oppressive mist into the crisp, clear atmosphere above. The moon and stars shone brightly, their serene light a welcome contrast to the chaos below. Never had Ted felt so completely detached from the affairs of Earth. He was suspended in the vastness of the sky, floating in immensity. Under different circumstances, it might have been an awe-inspiring experience, one he could savor deeply, but there was no room for such romantic thoughts now. It was one thing to be up there knowing he could descend at will. It was an entirely different matter when the possibility of landing was cut off. The situation had grown perilous. Still, Ted reassured himself that he was safe for the time being, as long as his gasoline held out. To confirm his remaining fuel, he tapped the main tank. What he discovered made his heart nearly stop. The tank was almost empty when he had taken off. No one had expected him to be aloft for more than an hour, and there had been enough gasoline for that duration. But now, as he glanced at his watch, he realized 3 full hours had passed since he left the ground. Within moments, the gasoline would run out entirely. Without fuel, the plane would plummet from the sky, spiraling to the earth like a wounded bird. A flicker of hope returned as Ted remembered the reserve tank. It held a small supply of gasoline, enough for about 20 minutes of flight. While it wasn't much, it was far better than nothing. Those 20 minutes gave him precious time to think and prepare, yet the relentless fog loomed as an ominous threat, a suffocating shroud that refused to lift. If only it would clear. Ted lit another flare and sent it downward, watching as it vanished into the impenetrable mist, swallowed like the one before it. The fog was as thick and unforgiving as ever, an unyielding barrier between him and the earth. 5 minutes passed. Then 10. Ted cruised around, searching desperately for a break in the fog. some glimpse of clearer air. But the mist stretched endlessly, dense and unbroken. No opening appeared. 15 minutes. Time was running out. He could feel it in the engine's faltering performance, the coughs and sputters that signaled the final moments of his fuel supply. The grim reality struck him. To attempt a volplane descent through the fog would be an act of suicide. He might collide with a house, a steeple, or any other unseen obstacle. Even if he somehow avoided those hazards, the odds of finding a smooth, level surface to land on were slim. The likelihood of a crash, one that would destroy the plane and almost certainly kill him, was far too high. There was no other option. Ted would have to abandon the plane and place his trust in the parachute. Ted glanced at his altimeter and saw that he was about 3,000 feet in the air, more than half a mile above the earth. With meticulous care, he checked his connection to the parachute, ensuring everything was secure. Then, summoning all his courage, he stepped to the edge of the plane. A hopeful thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Charity was praying for him at that very moment. Without hesitation, he leapt into the void. For a brief, heart-stopping moment, Ted hurtled downward through space. Then the parachute deployed, abruptly halting his descent and allowing him to drift gently. A wave of relief swept over him as he realized the parachute was functioning perfectly. Yet an unsettling question loomed in his mind. Where would he land? He instinctively crossed his legs to avoid the potential hazards of straddling a fence, a rooftop, or another dangerous obstacle. Suddenly, a new dread gripped him. Above, he could hear the ominous, dying moan of the airplane as it spiraled downward. It was losing altitude rapidly, and Ted knew that once the sound stopped, the heavy machine would plunge earthward like a deadly missile. If it struck him, the result would be fatal. Ted listened intently, helpless to alter his trajectory. The plane's mournful sound continued until it suddenly ceased. Then came a rush of air as the plane tore through the fog, narrowly missing him by mere inches as it plummeted past. Ted braced himself, waiting for the inevitable crash of the plane striking the earth. But instead of a shattering impact, he heard a splash. Moments later, Ted himself hit the water and was submerged. The cool, green depths enveloped him as he sank. His descent was slowed as the parachute struck the water, and soon he surfaced, spluttering and trying to clear his eyes. Initially, Ted felt no great fear. He was a strong swimmer and confident in his ability to stay afloat for hours if necessary. But panic surged through him when he realized he was entangled in the folds of the parachute. Its wide canopy spread across the water, and Ted was trapped in its center, the heavy fabric wrapping around him like a suffocating net. The parachute's folds clung to him, smothering his face and binding his arms and legs. Its weight forced him underwater, and every attempt to break free seemed futile. Ted struggled with all his strength, but his lungs were burning, and his senses began to blur. Desperation drove him to loosen the cords attaching the parachute to his body, freeing himself from its grip. Yet the fabric still clung stubbornly, refusing to release him completely. With his head spinning and his body nearing collapse, Ted mustered one final superhuman effort. He dove deeply, pulling away from the parachute, and swam with all his remaining strength. When he finally surfaced, he grazed the edge of the parachute but had cleared it. Gasping for air and utterly spent, he rolled onto his back and floated, giving his exhausted body a chance to recover. He had escaped the immediate threat of suffocation, but new challenges awaited him. For all he knew, he could be miles from shore. His heavy aviator's suit weighed him down, and the combined toll of mental strain and physical exertion had sapped his strength. When Ted had rested enough to regain his strength, he turned over and scanned his surroundings. The fog still hung thick over the water, obscuring his view, but he thought he could hear a faint murmur, the soothing sound of waves lapping against a shore. Encouraged, he swam toward the sound. Before long, to his immense relief, his foot scraped against the bottom. Rising to his feet, he waded through the shallow water until he reached solid land. Exhausted, he sank onto the ground to rest and collect his scattered thoughts. In the past half hour, Ted had been in or on all three elements, air, water, and land. Twice he had faced grave danger, but he had emerged unscathed, sound in both body and mind.
Mark would definitely say I must have had a rabbit's foot tucked away somewhere.
Ted muttered with a grin.
I'll tell the world. There's nothing dull about flying.
As he rested, his eyes caught sight of something protruding from the water a short distance away. Curious, he got up for a closer look and was astonished to see it was the fallen plane. The sight filled Ted with delight. He had assumed the plane was a total loss, but now it seemed there was hope. The water may have cushioned the impact enough to make repairs possible without too much expense. Ted didn't linger long. Rising to his feet, he took stock of his situation. He had no idea where he was, but he felt certain that the body of water must be the lake bordering the flying field. At most, he couldn't be far from the school. He walked inland from the shore until he found a road. Not far off, he saw the headlights of an approaching car. Stepping into the glare, he waved his arms to flag it down before moving aside as the vehicle came to a halt.
"What's the trouble?"
asked the young man behind the wheel. Ted immediately recognized the familiar voice of Al Bryson, one of his acquaintances from Wilbraham.
Al, is that you?
Ted called out.
This is Ted Scott.
"Hey, Ted."
Al greeted him warmly.
"Where on earth did you come from?"
From the clouds,
Ted said with a grin.
Ran out of gas and had to make a parachute jump. I'll fill you in as we go, but for now, I need to get back to Tellson School as quickly as possible.
"Hop in, and I'll have you there in no time."
Al replied cheerfully.
"It's only about 3 miles from here. Can't say I've ever had the chance to help out a visitor from the skies,"
he added with a chuckle.
Cut the jokes.
Ted laughed as he climbed into the car.
Now step on it.
Chapter 13. On the Climb.
"I'll make the old bus purr,"
said Al Bryson as he pushed the car to its limits. It purred with such vigor that within 5 minutes, the flying field came into view.
"Looks like something's going on,"
Al remarked as he brought the car to a stop. There was indeed an unusual level of activity at the Tellson School. A massive searchlight was sweeping the sky, its powerful beam cutting through the mist, probing the dark clouds as if trying to grasp what lay hidden within them. Nearby, a roaring bonfire, fueled by an entire barrel of gasoline, blazed brightly, lighting up the field and sending sparks flying into the night. Ted jumped out of the car and ran into the zone of light. The moment he appeared, a shout went up from the crowd of pilots, mechanics, and students who had been feeding the fire and operating the searchlight. "There he is! There he is!" they cried, rushing toward him. Ned Thompson bellowed as he ran to Ted and wrapped his arms around the drenched and bedraggled young man. Major Bradley stepped forward, placing his hands firmly on Ted's shoulders. He turned Ted to face the fire, inspecting him closely.
"Safe and sound, I'm glad to see it,"
he said with evident relief.
"I was fearing the worst. I knew you didn't have enough gas to last this long. I've been calling every town within 50 miles trying to find out if your plane had crashed. Are you sure you're not hurt?"
Not a scratch,
Ted replied with a cheerful grin.
Just wet as a drowned rat and hungry as a wolf. That's the worst of it. But about the plane...
Ted was interrupted by a flurry of questions and exclamations from the crowd. When they finally quieted, he recounted every detail of his harrowing adventure.
"Great stuff, Ted,"
Major Bradley exclaimed when the story was finished.
"You kept your head and handled everything perfectly. No veteran aviator, not even Ned, could have done better."
I was lucky,
Ted said modestly.
"Say plucky, and I'll agree with you,"
the Major countered.
"Now let's turn off the searchlight and let the fire burn down while you get into some dry clothes and have something to eat."
Turning to Ned, he continued.
"Take the wrecking car and a team of men to recover the plane. From what Ted says, it landed in enough water to cushion the fall without fully submerging it. With some tinkering, it might still be salvageable."
Ned nodded and set off with a crew to retrieve the plane. Meanwhile, the Major escorted Ted to his quarters, where he provided him with dry clothes and a steaming hot meal that revived Ted's strength and spirits.
"I think I've sprouted a few grey hairs in the past hour or two,"
Major Bradley admitted as Ted ate.
"I've never been so worried in my life."
Not even when enemy aviators were shooting at you during the war?
Ted asked with a smile.
"Not even then,"
the Major replied somberly.
"In those moments, it was just my own life at stake, and I had the right to risk it as I pleased. But here, I feel a deep responsibility for every student at this school.
One can't foresee everything,
Ted replied.
It was clear sunlight when I went up. That fog came in so fast, but I should have noticed it gathering and come down before it turned into a brick wall. I hate what happened to the plane.
Well, you're safe, and that's what matters. Forget the plane for now.
Major Bradley reassured him. Then, with a smile, he added,
You're now qualified for membership in the Caterpillar Club.
The Caterpillar Club?
Ted echoed, puzzled.
What's that?
It's an organization of airmen made up of pilots who have parachuted from a plane in an emergency. You earn a star for every jump you make.
I hope I don't rack up too many stars, but I still don't get the name.
You've seen a caterpillar hanging from a branch by a thread of gossamer, haven't you?
The Major asked.
It's a bit like a pilot descending by parachute. That's how the club got its name.
Not a bad idea.
Ted murmured with a grin.
I'd have been especially sorry if anything had happened to you.
Major Bradley said seriously.
I consider you the most promising pupil this school has ever had. I wouldn't tell you this if I thought you'd let it go to your head. Ned agrees with me. We've been watching you, and you have all the qualities that make a great flyer. Courage, quick thinking, sound judgment, familiarity with your machine, and a certain something. A kind of sixth sense that tells you what to do in an emergency.
Ted flushed with gratitude. Praise from Major Bradley, who was known to be sparing with compliments, meant a great deal.
That's kind of you to say, Major Bradley,
Ted said earnestly.
Now off you go,
the Major instructed, rising to his feet.
You need a good night's sleep, and you've more than earned it.
The next morning, when Ted reported to the school, he was thrilled to see his plane back on the field. It looked a bit bedraggled and forlorn, but Ted's heart warmed at the sight of it. He was already starting to feel about his plane the way a rider feels about a favorite steed.
Yep, we got it,
Ned said, coming up beside Ted.
Surprisingly, there's not much damage. If it had hit the ground, it would have been a total wreck. But the water softened the impact. A few struts are broken and the propeller's gone kaput. But in a couple of days it'll be as good as new.
Hurrah!
Exclaimed Ted heartily.
I'll have many a good flight in it yet, and someday I'll pay for the damage done,
he added with determination. The days passed swiftly, and with each one Ted felt he was making steady progress in the thrilling art of aviation. His takeoffs and landings became nearly flawless, and his control of the plane in the air matched that of Ned himself. He had grown so accustomed to the intricate array of dials and instruments that he could read them as easily as he could tell time on his watch. Once Ted mastered straight flying, he moved on to the more advanced and daring techniques known as stunts. Nose spins, tail spins, falling leaves, and Immelmann turns. If he had been seeking thrills, this was where he found them. He was extraordinarily daring but never reckless. Ted avoided taking unnecessary risks for the mere thrill of it. This balance of bravery and caution made him the pride of the school. When the final day of his term arrived, Ted felt a mix of emotions. He was sorry to leave, having grown attached to the school and its instructors. Yet he was also excited, for he now stood at the threshold of his career. He had discovered his true calling, one for which he was uniquely suited in both body and mind. It was a vocation he found glorious and one he was proud to pursue. Ted was now part of the small elite group of pioneers who, after achieving mastery over land and sea, were pushing the boundaries to conquer the skies.
You've learned all we can teach you, Ted,
said Major Bradley.
But don't think for a moment that your education is over. There's still so much to learn, new discoveries, new plane designs, new engines. You'll need to keep studying constantly. From here on, your future depends entirely on you. Go out there and make the most of it. I expect to see you famous one day.
Ned Thompson gave Ted an equally enthusiastic send-off.
Never had a kid learn so quick,
said Ned as he firmly shook Ted's hand.
It's been a real pleasure teaching you. You're ready right now to take a plane from New York to San Francisco. Boy, even from New York to Paris.
Bit of a stretch, don't you think, Ned?
Laughed Ted.
New York to Paris, that's never been done.
Nothing's ever been done until it's done the first time,
Ned replied stoutly.
Well, so long, kid. And don't forget your friends at the Telson School.
You bet I won't,
declared Ted earnestly.
You've all been immensely good to me. These days I've spent here have been the happiest of my life.
There were no words to describe the joy with which Ted was welcomed home. Eben hugged him tightly, and Charity greeted him with a glowing smile and doted on him.
Safe and sound, thank the Lord,
exclaimed Charity, beaming with happiness.
My dear, dear boy. I've been praying for you day and night ever since you went away.
I know you have, Mother,
said Ted, kissing her.
And that's a big reason why I'm here today.
Bronzed as an Indian,
remarked Eben, gripping Ted's shoulders to get a better look.
You're certainly in fine condition, lad.
If I felt any healthier, I'd be afraid of myself,
Ted said with a laugh.
I've practically been living in the open air, except when I was asleep. But how are things going? You didn't share much in your letters.
Eben's face darkened.
We didn't want to worry you. But to tell the truth, Ted, things have gone from bad to worse. Nobody seems to know the old Bromville house is still standing. We're just keeping a step or two ahead of the sheriff. That Hotel Excelsior is swallowing up all the business. Their rooms are full all the time, and to think the man running that place ought to be in jail.
He may be yet. Most crooks end up that way sooner or later. But don't worry, as soon as I get a job, we'll have plenty of money.
What kind of job?
I'm thinking about applying for the airmail. I've qualified for a federal license, and I'm going to put in an application. Major Bradley gave me a strong letter of recommendation, and he said he'd personally write to some officials he knows in Washington on my behalf. In the meantime, I'll go back to the works here. Mr. Ellison told me he'd be more than happy to have me back anytime I wanted.
That Mr. Hapworth came down here while you were away.
Did he?
Ted asked eagerly.
What did you think of him, and why did he come?
He's one fine man,
declared Eben.
Indeed he is,
added Charity.
He stayed for dinner, and he said my cooking was better than anything he'd had at the Hotel Excelsior,
she said with pride.
As for what he wanted,
Eben continued,
it was about how that scoundrel Brewster Gale cheated me out of my property. Seems Mr. Hapworth doesn't think much of him either. I'm not sure what grudge he holds against Gale, but it must, if he be serious. Anyway, he wanted me to tell him everything about my dealings with Gale. So I gave him all of the details I could.
And what do you think?
Charity interjected eagerly.
He said he'd take the matter to his own lawyers, the ones who handle his personal property, and see what could be done to bring Brewster Gale to justice.
And when I told him,
Eben added,
that I didn't have the money to pay the lawyers, he said not to worry. He'd cover it, and it would be plenty of time to pay them after I got my property back.
Isn't he a prince?
Exclaimed Ted, deeply moved.
He certainly is,
agreed Eben.
And have you heard what he said about you, Ted?
Charity added.
He thinks the world of you. Says you're about the finest young fellow alive, and he's absolutely right,
she added affectionately.
I sure don't need a press agent while you're around, Mother,
Ted replied with a laugh.
I'm going to see Mr. Hapworth this afternoon. I've still got about $200 left from the money he lent me, and I want to hand it back to him.
You're looking fine as silk,
Mr. Hapworth said, eyeing Ted's sturdy frame with approval.
Now, tell me all about your time at the school, and don't let your cursed modesty stop you from talking about that jump from the plane. I warn you, I've already heard about it. You might not know it, but Major Bradley is an old friend of mine.
Been telling tales, has he?
Ted laughed.
Well, here goes.
He recounted his experiences of the past 2 months in vivid detail. Mr. Hapworth listened intently, clearly fascinated.
I still have about $200 of the money you so kindly lent me,
Ted said at last, reaching into his pocket.
Not yet,
Mr. Hapworth interrupted firmly.
Keep that until you're able to pay back the whole amount, when you can, and if you can. That was the best investment I ever made. Besides, Mr. Monet isn't here right now, and will leave any thoughts of repayment until we can all meet together.
I'm sorry he's not here,
Ted replied.
Do you know where he's gone? Will he be away long?
I'm not sure,
Mr. Hapworth said.
He mentioned business in New York, and there's a chance he may have to go to France. Something about his property interests over there, I think.
Too bad, said Ted. I was really hoping to see him. By the way, my foster parents told me you visited them.
Yes, I went to see them, and I found them to be the kindest, most hospitable people. My heart went out to them. Hearing how they were cheated made my blood boil. I decided right then and there that, if it's at all possible, they will get justice.
They told me what you said.
Ted said warmly.
It was incredibly kind of you to take such an interest.
Not at all,
Mr. Hapworth replied modestly.
I've turned the matter over to my lawyers, and they're digging into the records. They've already found enough to convince them that Gale is an out-and-out scoundrel.
And what about your own investment in the golf course?
Now, that situation looks shady too,
admitted Mr. Hapworth.
But we haven't uncovered enough yet to pin anything definite on Gale. He's as cunning as a fox and knows how to cover his tracks. Still, I believe that sooner or later he'll be caught.
I hope so,
exclaimed Ted.
He's made life miserable for my folks, and if there's any justice in the world, he ought to be punished.
But now, let's turn to a pleasanter subject,
suggested Mr. Hapworth.
What are your plans for the immediate future?
I'm going to try to get into the airmail. There's good money in it, and it'll give me a chance to learn all about flying under every possible condition. While my application is pending, I'll work down at the aeroplant. They've been holding a spot open for me.
Mr. Hapworth heartily approved of the plan.
The experience will be invaluable. While you're in the service, it'll be your duty to give it your best effort. But that doesn't mean you can't keep your eyes open for the big opportunities. One of the exciting things about aviation is that a single stroke of luck or skill can bring a fortune, or a name that will be remembered for decades.
I'll be watching for it,
declared Ted, his eyes bright with determination.
Of course, a lot has been accomplished already. They've flown over the North Pole, and another man is preparing to go to the South Pole.
True,
agreed Mr. Hapworth.
But mark my words, Ted, what's been done so far is just the beginning. There are bigger things to come, and one of those big things, I want it to have Ted Scott's name on it.
I'll try to be there with bells on when the chance comes,
replied Ted, rising to leave. At the aeroplant, Ted received a raucous welcome. The workers gathered around him like he was a long-lost brother, their admiration and affection clear.
Glad to see you back, Ted,
Bill said warmly.
I suppose you've learned all there is to know about flying?
Not by a long shot,
Ted laughed.
I'm just beginning to learn. And what's more, I don't think I'll ever stop learning.
Looks like your hat still fits.
Bill grinned.
I figured it would. I've been keeping tabs on you while you were gone. Ned Thompson's a good friend of mine, and he kept me posted on how you were doing. Major Bradley even stopped by a few weeks ago and had a long chat with Tom Maltby. They were in France together, you know. Tom's up on a test flight now, but he'll be thrilled when he hears you're back.
I'll be just as glad to see him. Major Bradley told me Tom saved his life over there, but the old rascal never mentioned it to me.
That's just like Tom,
said Ellison with a chuckle.
Well, how about coming back to work with us for a bit while you figure out what kind of flying you want to do? You'll be worth even more to us now than before, and there'll be a bigger pay envelope for you every Saturday.
Thanks so much,
Ted replied warmly.
That suits me perfectly. I'll start tomorrow.
Ted's comrades gave him a boisterous welcome, pounding him playfully until he pleaded for mercy.
I'm fond of you, even if you did cheat me out of that $1.27,
laughed Mark Lawson.
I've been dreaming of all the things that money could have bought,
mourned Jack Forrest.
Maybe the offer still stands,
Breck Lewis said hopefully, grinning.
Not a chance,
chuckled Ted.
You had your shot, and you blew it.
You're back just in time for the big blowout,
Mark observed.
Old Bromville is really pulling out all the stops.
Oh, right, the 100th anniversary,
said Ted.
I heard about it. From all accounts, the old town is going all out.
Bands, parades, speeches, the works,
agreed Mark.
They've even booked a big-time flyer to do aerial stunts, finishing with a parachute jump. That's supposed to be the highlight of the day.
But Mark's prediction seemed doomed, as news came on the morning of the celebration that the flyer had fallen ill. The aerial stunts and the jump would have to be cancelled. Big Bill Ellison, a member of the event's organizing committee, was distraught.
People are going to be furious,
he groaned.
We've got crowds coming from 50 miles away, and Bromville, with the Valley Hipson Works, is supposed to be an aerial hub. This is just rotten luck.
Ted, standing nearby, touched Ellison on the arm.
Cheer up,
he said calmly.
I'll do the stunts, and I'll make the jump.
Chapter 14, A Daring Exploit. Ellison stared at Ted Scott, as if he thought the young man had lost his mind.
What's that?
He stammered.
I said I'd do the stunts and make the jump,
repeated Ted, utterly composed.
But you don't realize, Ted,
protested Ellison.
This isn't just a matter of straight flying or an ordinary jump. Ormond is one of the most famous daredevils in the business. He's the kind of man who makes the crowd's hair stand on end. And this jump isn't from a regular height. He's set to come down from 10,000 feet. We're paying him $1,000 for this one day's work. That shows how good he is.
I know how good he is,
Ted replied calmly.
And I know he spent more days in the air than I have hours. There's no doubt he'd put on a better show than I could. But I hate to see the celebration ruined, especially when so many people are counting on it. I want to do this for the old town and for the Diwali Hipson Corporation.
Big Bill, still surprised, shook his head doubtfully. He said,
You've got the nerve, and you've got plenty of skill. But at the end of the day, you're still just a youngster and fresh out of flying school. What would people say if I let you go up there and something happened to you?
I'm a 6-foot youngster, if that makes a difference,
Ted countered with a grin.
And I'm qualified for a federal license. As for being fresh out of school, maybe that's an advantage. I've learned all the latest techniques. Come on, Mr. Ellison, be a sport and let me try.
No,
Bill said again, shaking his head, though his tone had softened.
I just can't do it.
I can't do what?
Asked a voice at his elbow.
This young rooster wants to do the stunt exhibition and make the jump in Ormond's place,
explained Ellison.
Well, why not?
Tom asked placidly.
What's the point of disappointing the crowd and throwing a wet blanket over the whole celebration?
But he's only a kid,
protested Bill.
A kid that plenty of flyers could take their hats off to,
responded Tom.
I'd feel the same as you, Bill, if it weren't for what Major Bradley told me. He's convinced Ted's the real deal. I might even try it myself, if it weren't for that rheumatism that hit me yesterday.
Bill remained silent for a moment, lost in thought.
I'll talk to some of the other committee members,
he said finally.
It's too big a responsibility for me to decide on my own. In the meantime, you two keep this under your hats. I'll let you know a little later.
About an hour later, after meeting with his colleagues, Ellison approached Ted.
It's all set, Ted,
he said, though his tone carried a hint of reluctance.
There was a lot of debate and head shaking, but in the end, flying's your business. One of them pointed out that keeping a flyer out of the air is about as silly as keeping a sailor off a ship.
That's the spirit,
cried Ted enthusiastically.
What am I a flyer for if not to fly?
But listen, Ted,
Bill cautioned.
Take it easy on the stunts. You don't have to do everything a pro like Ormond would do. Go easy. And about the jump, he was planning to do it from 10,000 feet. Let's make it 5,000 for you.
I'll be very careful,
Ted promised, sidestepping any firm commitment.
But I've got to make sure the crowd gets its money's worth. One more thing, Mr. Ellison. I can't leave the plane unattended in the sky when I make the jump. Someone will need to go up with me to take care of it.
Of course,
replied Big Bill.
I'll talk to Tom. He can handle that part, I think, even with that touch of rheumatism.
The day dawned bright and beautiful, with hardly a cloud in the clear blue sky. From early morning, crowds began pouring into Bromville from all directions, by car, by horse and buggy, and by train. The old town, celebrating the 100th anniversary of its settlement, had never seen such a gathering. Flags and bunting adorned every building, creating a festive atmosphere. The day's celebration began with a grand parade, featuring visiting delegations accompanied by lively, blaring bands. The streets were filled with festive music and colorful displays as the participants marched proudly through Bromville. Afterward, in the town park, speeches were delivered by the governor, senators, congressmen, and other dignitaries, adding a note of importance to the occasion. These formalities occupied the greater part of the morning. In the afternoon, attention shifted to games and athletic contests held on the aeroplant's field, generously offered for the event. While these activities entertained the crowds, an undercurrent of excitement ran through the spectators as they eagerly anticipated the highlight of the day, the flying exhibition scheduled to conclude the festivities. Inside a small enclosure at the Aero Company's plant, Ted and Tom donned their aviator suits. Except for Big Bill Ellison, The rest of the workers had joined the holiday crowd outside.
Well, Ormond, are you ready?
Tom teased with a grin.
Do they still think it's Ormond going up?
Sure thing. We didn't have any way to tell them about the change. It's Ormond they'll think they're watching. But when you land, it'll be Ted Scott. They cheer.
At the sound of a trumpet blast signaling the start of the event, Ted and Tom hurried to the waiting plane. Dressed in their flying suits and helmets, only a select few could catch a glimpse of their faces. The engine roared to life, the blocks were removed, and the plane surged forward down the runway. The crowd instinctively stepped back behind the ropes as the plane zipped across the field. After covering a few hundred yards, Ted executed a flawless takeoff, and the plane soared gracefully into the air, met with thunderous applause from the onlookers. The aircraft climbed higher and higher, reaching an altitude of 2,000 feet. Ted was in control, while Tom, as agreed beforehand, acted merely as a passenger.
I ain't gonna cramp your style, Ted,
Tom had assured him earlier.
This is your day. You set off all the fireworks you want. I won't let out a peep. Go on, lad, and show them what you've got.
And the performance Ted gave that day could have rivaled Ormond's own. His nerves were unshakable, as though forged from steel. After descending to an altitude of 1,000 feet for better visibility, Ted gave a stunning display of speed that left the crowd breathless. He flew around the course at over 100 miles per hour, the plane zipping through the sky in tight, controlled maneuvers that showcased both skill and daring. Then Ted climbed a few hundred feet higher and put the plane through a stunning series of aerial acrobatics. Every maneuver he had mastered at flying school was on full display. He executed side drifts, head spins, grapevines, and the fluttering leaf, leaving the crowd holding their breath, captivated by his skill and daring. Next, Ted performed an air dance. The plane tilted gracefully to the left, balancing on one wing, then to the right. It shifted onto its tail, then its nose, moving in a dizzying sequence of gyrations that left spectators in awe. It was a dazzling spectacle, breathtaking in its complexity and boldness. Finally, as if rejecting the earth in favor of its native element, the plane began a steady climb in great spirals. Up, and ever higher it ascended, becoming smaller with each loop, until it appeared as a mere speck in the sky. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd.
He's getting ready for the jump,
someone exclaimed. Still, the plane climbed, higher and higher, until it had nearly disappeared from view, except to those using field glasses. Bill Ellison, standing amidst the throng, wiped the sweat from his brow.
I told the kid 5,000 feet,
he muttered, his voice tight with concern.
Great Scott, he's over 10,000 now.
Chapter 15. Challenging Feats. When the altimeter registered 12,000 feet, Ted Scott handed the controls over to Tom Maltby.
I'm going now,
he said simply. Tom nodded. Ted double-checked the parachute to ensure everything was secure. Then he stepped to the edge and dropped into space. From the ground, the spectators could barely make out the plane. It appeared almost motionless against the vast sky. For several tense seconds, they waited breathlessly. Then, far below the plane, a tiny speck appeared, a mere dot in the immensity. It grew larger and larger until they could discern a human figure, surrounded by what looked like the great wing of a bird. It was almost beyond belief, an incredible sight. That tiny, swaying figure, floating in the expanse of space, risked life itself, defying death. Thousands of onlookers swallowed hard, struggling to contain their emotions. Some turned away, unable to bear the tension, only to look back, compelled by an awful fascination with the fearless figure. Many would later recall that moment as one of the most unforgettable of their lives. Closer and closer the bold airman descended until he was clearly visible to the crowd. The spectators parted to give him room. Then, as light as a feather, Ted's feet touched the ground. In an instant there was a great surge of movement. Everyone rushed forward, eager to see the great Ormond, who had just added another remarkable feat to his legend that afternoon. The crowd's bewilderment turned to astonishment as Ted removed his helmet. Gasps of recognition rippled through them as they realized it was their own townsman, Ted Scott. It was Ted who had thrilled them with a feat that seemed the pinnacle of human daring. Then the crowd erupted in wild excitement. They mobbed the young aviator, each person desperate to be close to him, to embrace him, to cheer him, to celebrate the incredible achievement. They lifted him onto their shoulders, parading him triumphantly across the field. At last, Bill Ellison, Greg Gale, and a few other comrades managed to extricate Ted from the jubilant crowd, ushering him into the shelter of the plant.
"You old rascal,"
cried Bill, as he practically squeezed the breath out of Ted in a hearty hug.
"Who would have thought it? How did you pull it off? Ormond, you made him look like 30 cents. I'm thrilled he couldn't make it here."
"I'm just glad it went all right,"
said Ted modestly, as he changed into his street clothes. Big Bill gave him a playful punch before hurrying off to confer with some of his colleagues on the committee. Meanwhile, Tom Maltby had landed the plane and joined the group in the plant. He and Ted shook hands warmly.
"I kept my word, kid,"
grinned Tom.
"Didn't interfere one bit. Not saying my heart wasn't in my throat a few times, but you nailed it. You hear that mob outside yelling for you?"
"I'll have to find a way to slip out of here,"
murmured Ted, glancing around anxiously for an escape route.
"No slipping out yet, boy,"
Bill declared, returning just then with Bixby, the mayor of Bromville, and other members of the arrangements committee.
"We're not done with you yet. Not by a long shot."
The local dignitaries gathered around Ted, showering him with enthusiastic congratulations. Then the mayor cleared his throat to address him.
"Ted Scott, this town is proud of you,"
he said earnestly.
"You've put the finishing touch on this celebration and turned it into a massive success, just when it looked like it might end in disappointment. On behalf of all our people, I want to thank you."
It's awfully kind of you,"
stammered Ted, his face flushing red as he struggled to find the right words.
"If it's helped out even a little, I'm glad."
"But gratitude, no matter how sincere, doesn't exactly pay the bills,"
the mayor continued with a smile.
"We'd arranged to pay Ormond $1,000 for his performance, plus $200 for his assistant. Now I have here."
He pulled a paper from his breast pocket.
"A check for $1,000, but instead of Ormond's name, it's made out to Ted Scott."
There was a cheer from the small group as the mayor handed the check to Ted. Ted's face turned all the colors of the rainbow. He was completely flabbergasted, rendered nearly speechless.
But,
he stammered, struggling to find his breath.
"I didn't expect a cent. I did it just so our people wouldn't be disappointed. I was glad to do it. I enjoyed it. You don't owe me anything. No, I can't take it."
The mayor chuckled, then adopted a mock-stern expression.
"Ted Scott,"
he said,
"I'm the mayor of this town, and as a good citizen, you'll do as I say. Or I'll find you guilty of something, call a constable, and throw you in jail."
He laughed heartily.
"It won't work, Ted,"
he continued.
"We raised this money, we intended to pay it, and you've more than earned it. Why, if I didn't make you take it, the people would run me out of town."
There was no way out, and Ted, his head spinning, had no choice but to accept the check. Though he realized he had fairly earned it, the thought of payment had never crossed his mind. Then Tom Maltby was brought forward and received his $200. After a bit more conversation and another round of hearty congratulations, the group dispersed. Ted Scott's feelings were impossible to describe as he reflected on what the mayor had said. The town was proud of him. Even though he still knew nothing about his parentage, he was no longer a nobody.
"But I'm going to find out about myself someday,"
he murmured.
"Someday, if it takes years."
The roads outside were packed with people, on foot and in cars, all abuzz with talk of the incredible flying exhibition they had witnessed that afternoon. Not everyone was jubilant, however. Two gaudily dressed young men walked off by themselves, their faces as dark as thunderclouds.
"There'll be no holding that fellow now,"
growled Greg Gale to his brother.
"No,"
muttered Duck.
"All these fools have gone crazy over him. They're making him a hero."
"The papers will be praising him as the pride of the town tomorrow,"
snarled Greg.
"And if the truth were known, I'd bet it was all a fake."
Duck chimed in.
"What do you mean by that?"
Greg asked, raising an eyebrow.
"We saw him come down in the parachute.
Sure, we can't take that away from him.
Duck admitted grudgingly.
But those stunts he pulled with the plane, come on, it stands to reason that a guy fresh out of flying school couldn't do anything like that.
I don't know,
Greg said doubtfully.
I heard he was making a name for himself at the flying school, worse luck for us. But if he didn't do the stunts, who did?
Tom Maltby, of course.
Duck replied eagerly.
He's been a flyer for years. He was in the war, for crying out loud. The guy can do anything with a plane. Ted Scott probably saw a chance to make a pile of money today. I hear he got the $1,000 they were going to give Ormond. Now what would have been easier than for Scott to slip Maltby $100 or $2 to handle the plane and take the credit himself? Nobody on the ground could tell who was flying it.
By George, you might be right,
exclaimed Greg, his scheming mind latching onto the idea.
But,
he added regretfully,
we can't prove it.
Who cares if we can prove it or not?
Duck snapped.
What's stopping us from dropping hints that that's exactly what happened? Some people will believe it, others won't. But it'll spread around town, and before long everyone will be wondering. It'll take the shine off all this hero worship they're giving that young upstart.
Is that so?
Came a voice from behind them, so close it made them jump.
Then let me tell you something. If either of you start spreading that garbage, I'll wring your necks.
The brothers spun around to face Tom Maltby, whose grim and glowering expression made them shrink back. Chapter 16. Nipped in the bud.
What are you butting in for?
He demanded.
Can't my brother and I talk without you interfering?
Not when you're scheming to spread a pack of lies.
Tom shot back. Duck growled.
Yeah, it's about time someone did.
Tom retorted sharply.
You two think your father's money gives you free rein to say and do whatever you please. Well, here's the deal. If you spread any lies about Ted Scott in this town, I'll rearrange your faces so thoroughly even your own mother won't recognize you.
What were we saying, really?
Grumbled Duck.
In other words, you're calling both Ted Scott and me fakers. Is that it?
Tom demanded, stepping closer.
I wasn't talking about you.
Duck stammered, backing away from Tom's intimidating stance.
I meant Scott.
Scott?
Tom repeated sharply.
Oh, you're only targeting him because you hate him and can't stand that he's better than you. Let me tell you something. That kid's got more guts and character in his little finger than you two have in your entire bodies. And get this straight. I didn't touch a single thing in that plane from the moment we took off until Ted made his jump. Every bit of credit belongs to him. If I catch so much as a whisper in this town suggesting otherwise, I'll know exactly where it came from. And then I'll find you and teach you a lesson you won't forget. Got it?
And what do you think we'd be doing while you were beating us up?
Greg asked, attempting a weak show of bravado.
Whining like whipped dogs.
Tom shot back without hesitation.
Want me to prove it? I'll start right now, even though I've got a touch of rheumatism.
The brothers glanced at his blazing eyes and powerful frame, and quickly decided not to test him. Muttering under their breath and casting furious looks, they slunk away in defeat. Meanwhile, Ted was making his way home, his mind a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. He longed to avoid the crowds, but every street was packed, and at almost every step, someone stopped him to offer congratulations. It was only when Ted reached the Bromville house that he found a moment of peace. The familiar old inn, typically quiet, was now almost deserted. Most of the travelers who might have been there had long since been drawn to the bustling Hotel Excelsior. On any other day, this lack of activity would have been a source of sharp pain for Ted. But now it had no effect on his buoyant spirits. What did it matter if the old Bromville house was falling into obscurity? He could take care of the old folks now. Their dear hearts would never again have to endure financial worries. He felt as if he was finally on the path to fortune. The surreal events of the day left Ted half convinced he might wake to find it all a dream. But the crisp check in his pocket was no dream. It was tangible, undeniable reality.
The First National Bank of Bromville paid to the order of Edward Scott $1,000.
$1,000. It would have taken him months to earn that much working at the factory, yet he had made it in a single afternoon. On the front veranda, Ted found Eben and Charity sitting in their usual places. Their faded, weary eyes stared wistfully at the empty street, still hoping for the customers who never came. They had been too busy managing the inn to attend the afternoon's events and remained completely unaware of what had transpired.
"Put on your specs,"
Ted crowed as he bounded up the steps, skipping 3 at a time. Eben and Charity looked up at him with affection, mixed with curiosity, and obeyed his command.
"What is it?"
Eben asked as Ted pulled the check from his pocket.
"All I've been expecting lately is a notice from the sheriff."
"This is something different,"
Ted said with a laugh.
"Feast your eyes on this."
He handed the slip of paper to Eben, who began to read it while Charity moved her chair closer, peering over his shoulder. A look of utter bewilderment crossed Eben's face. Charity clasped her hands tightly, her expression a mix of astonishment and wonder.
It can't be real."
Charity cried, her voice trembling.
"Oh, Ted, what does it mean?"
"It means exactly what it says,"
Ted replied joyfully.
"I earned $1,000 this afternoon."
In response to their flood of broken, excited questions, Ted recounted the events of the day. Charity wept tears of joy and pulled him into a loving embrace. Eben removed his glasses, wiping them as his voice quavered.
$1,000. I'd almost forgotten there was that much money in the world.
"And now,"
said Charity, her voice filled with hope,
"you can pay back all the money the flying school cost and start fresh with the world."
"Yes,"
Ted agreed.
"I want to get that weight off my mind, but even after that, I'm ahead of the game."
He pulled out the roll of bills, around $200, that he had left from his flying school fund, and pressed it into Eben's hand.
"I guess this puts us a few more steps ahead of the sheriff,"
he said with a laugh. The next morning, Ted sought out Mr. Hapworth at the Hotel Excelsior. During his earlier visits, the plainly dressed young man had been ignored by the exclusive resort's guests. But this time, word quickly spread that the daring young aviator who had stunned the town with his feat was in the building. A crowd gathered to meet him, with many people introducing themselves and showering him with praise. Meanwhile, Greg and Duck stood on the sidelines, seething with anger. Though they didn't dare voice their spite, their glowering eyes followed Ted everywhere. Ted, however, remained unaffected by both the applause of the many and the silent hostility of the two. His modest nature recoiled from all the attention, and he was relieved when he finally found himself alone with Mr. Hapworth in the man's private room.
"Well, Ted, you covered yourself with glory yesterday,"
Mr. Hapworth said, lighting a cigar and settling comfortably in his chair.
"I was there, and I had the thrill of my life. That was the finest exhibition of its kind I've ever seen."
"I'm glad you enjoyed it,"
Ted replied sincerely.
"And no one had a better right to appreciate it than you. If it hadn't been for you, it never would have happened."
"Sooner or later, it would have happened,"
replied Mr. Hapworth.
"You've got ambition, Ted, and nothing could have kept you from flying. But I'm glad I had the chance to help speed things along."
"I can never repay your kindness,"
said Ted earnestly.
"but I can at least repay the money that gave me my start."
He reached into his pocket and pulled out the check. Mr. Hapworth waved it away.
"No need to rush,"
he said.
"Keep that as a cushion until you're in the airmail and earning steady money."
Ted, however, was adamant, and at last the young millionaire relented. The money was insignificant to him, and he wouldn't have minded if it had never been repaid. Yet this gesture of independence and integrity only deepened his respect for Ted.
"But you owe me only $500,
Mr. Hapworth noted as he examined the $1,000 check.
"I know,"
Ted replied.
"But I'm endorsing the full amount over to you so you can settle with Mr. Monet when you contact him. I'll feel better knowing the whole debt is off my mind."
Mr. Hapworth agreed, and Ted signed the back of the check. As he did, a wave of pride surged through him. He could almost feel his shoulders straighten with the satisfaction of fulfilling his obligation.
"Now there's just one more thing,"
Ted added, handing over the check.
"The interest on the loan."
At this, Mr. Hapworth cut him off with a laugh.
"Ted Scott,"
he said, feigning sternness.
"You're a strong young man, but if you say one more word about interest, I'm going to knock your head off."
Ted grinned.
"Don't do that,"
he joked.
"I need this head for my business."
Chapter 17. The Airmail. With the inspiration that came from being free of debt, Ted Scott redoubled his efforts to join the airmail service. He had set his sights on this as his best opportunity to advance in his profession. In the airmail service, he would work alongside veteran pilots who knew every nuance of the flying game. There, too, he would be under strict discipline, ensuring he stayed sharp and avoided laziness or carelessness. Regardless of wind or weather, the mail had to go through, a duty bound by both pride and responsibility. It was work that built resilience and character, and Ted eagerly welcomed the challenge. Even before leaving the flying school, steps had been taken to help him achieve this goal. Major Bradley had used his influence to expedite the process, and it was a proud day for Ted when he was called to Washington to take his final tests and officially join the service. Leaving his old associates was difficult. They were equally reluctant to see him go, but recognized, as he did, that his talent as a flyer was being underutilized. Parting from friends like Ellison, Mark Lawson, Jack Forrest, and Breck Lewis was hard, but leaving Eben and Charity was harder still. Charity, ever fearful of airplanes, struggled to accept his choice. To her, flying seemed to defy providence. Eben, though he shared some of her fears, took comfort in Ted's skill and safety record. Despite their concerns, they put on a brave front, and Ted promised to write long letters every week, a promise he kept faithfully. Most of his earnings, too, were sent to them without fail. Ted was assigned to the airmail route between St. Louis and Chicago. He quickly became familiar with every landmark and nuance of the route. Before long, he handled his duties with the precision and reliability of the most seasoned pilots. No matter the weather, wind, sleet, snow, rain, or fog, Ted Scott's plane could always be counted on to arrive on time. His cheerful personality made him popular among his peers. His winning smile became legendary, and he was always ready to help a comrade in need. Even when praised by his superiors, he remained humble, earning a reputation as a regular fellow. Ted never assumed he knew everything there was to know. He constantly studied the latest books and articles on aviation, whether it was air currents, motors, or structural components like wings and struts. Ted stayed updated. His dedication to both theory and practice ensured he was always learning, building a knowledge base that would prove invaluable in the future. Like all pilots, Ted had his share of narrow escapes, but his quick thinking, sound judgment, and unshakable courage kept him safe. One memorable incident occurred on a rare day off when Ted volunteered to test a new plane designed by his friend Frank Cosgrove. Frank, brimming with excitement over the possibilities of his invention, eagerly sought Ted's expertise to push the aircraft through its limits. Ted, always good-natured, agreed to test Frank Cosgrove's plane and took it up for an initial trial. During the first flight, he kept a straight flying, and the machine performed as expected. Satisfied with this initial success, Ted decided to take it up again that same afternoon for stunt practice. The plane handled beautifully at first, responding flawlessly as Ted executed a variety of aerial maneuvers, including loops, spins, and nosedives. However, when he attempted a tailspin from a height of 2,000 feet, something went wrong. The controls jammed, and the plane plummeted downward at a terrifying speed. Realizing there was no hope of saving the plane, Ted focused on saving himself. At just 300 feet above the ground, he leapt out with his parachute. It was dangerously close to the limit for a safe jump, and he hit the ground with such force that he was thrown violently onto his back. Frank and others rushed to his side, fearing the worst. But to their relief, Ted was already struggling to his feet, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. He managed a faint grin and murmured,
"Man, there was something defective about the plane. I couldn't get it out of the tailspin."
As he fumbled with the parachute harness, a doctor was summoned and determined that Ted had wrenched his shoulder, but suffered no internal injuries. After tending to his shoulder, the doctor prescribed rest. Yet, defying the recommendation, Ted made his regular mail run that very night, delivering the mail from St. Louis to Chicago on time. Another close call came when Ted was ascending from an airport midway between St. Louis and Chicago. At only 150 feet in the air, the plane's throttle broke. A parachute jump was out of the question at such a low altitude. Spotting a nearby clover field, Ted skillfully guided the plane down. Despite the perilous angle of the landing, his exceptional piloting prevented a crash. The plane skidded wildly but ultimately came to a safe stop, much to the immense relief of the airport staff who had braced for disaster. Ted faced additional dangerous moments during his time as an airmail pilot. Twice he had to jump from his plane at night when the engine failed, leaving him without a safe landing option. The most harrowing of these jumps occurred at 13,000 feet. Though he landed safely, he struck a barbed wire fence, shredding his clothes and leaving him with painful cuts and bruises. Despite these risks, Ted's courage and skill saw him through every challenge, proving his mettle time and time again. Now, Ted stood proudly among the ranks of the Caterpillar Club, his name adorned with 4 stars, a testament to his life-saving parachute jumps. Some said he seemed to lead a charmed life, but those who knew him well understood the truth. It was Ted's sharp judgment, steady composure, and split-second decision-making that had kept him alive through countless dangers. One evening, Ted arrived at the airport to find an unexpected but welcome visitor, Mr. Hapworth.
"What good wind blew you up this way, Mr. Hapworth?"
Ted exclaimed as he warmly shook his friend's hand.
"I've been out on the Pacific coast,"
Mr. Hapworth replied, returning the handshake with equal enthusiasm.
"On my way back, I thought I'd stop by and check in on you. How's everything going?"
"I'm enjoying the work,"
Ted said with a smile.
"It's a great job and excellent training for an aviator."
"Haven't gotten smashed up yet, I see,"
Mr. Hapworth observed with a wry grin.
"No,"
Ted replied with a grin of his own.
"Just a few scratches here and there. Nothing serious. Nothing much happens."
"Nothing much happens?"
Mr. Hapworth laughed.
"What about broken throttles, stubborn tailspins, and parachute jumps from over 2 miles high? I've been talking to some of the pilots and mechanics here, and they've been telling me stories."
"Oh, that,"
Ted said casually.
"It's just part of the job. Or rather, part of the night's work since I do most of my flying after dark."
Mr. Hapworth chuckled.
"You're a glutton for danger,"
he said, shaking his head.
"I wonder if there's anything in this world that could actually scare you."
"Lots of things, I suppose,"
Ted replied thoughtfully.
"But not much when it comes to the airmail. I've grown used to it. Maybe a little too used to it,"
he added, his voice tinged with a trace of wistfulness.
"I don't want to get stuck in a rut. I'd like to try for one of the big things, something like—"
He hesitated.
"Something like what?"
Mr. Hapworth prompted him gently.
"Something like the non-stop flight from New York to Paris,"
Ted blurted out, his words coming quickly.
"I know it sounds foolish,"
Ted admitted.
"And I know there are better men than me who'll try for it, but I'd like to take my chance."
"You shall have your chance,"
Mr. Hapworth said quietly, his tone resolute. Ted Scott jumped in surprise, as though jolted by an electric shock. Chapter 18. Winning Hapworth.
"What? Just what do you mean?"
Ted Scott asked Walter Hapworth, still uncertain if he had heard correctly.
"Exactly what I said,"
replied Mr. Hapworth.
"If you have the courage to attempt that flight, a feat that's never been accomplished in human history, I'll make it possible for you to do it."
But,
stammered Ted, still struggling to grasp the enormity of the offer.
"It would cost a small fortune. There's the plane, the supplies, and countless other expenses to consider. It would take an immense amount of money to fund something that might turn out to be a lost cause. It's the riskiest kind of gamble."
"Leave that to me,"
Mr. Hapworth said firmly.
"From my rough calculations, the entire endeavour would cost about $15,000. I could spend 10 times that amount and never feel it. I've spent my whole life using money for my own pleasure. Now, I'd like to do something meaningful, something that contributes to science and advances civilization. This isn't about lending money to you, it's about lending it to the world."
"That's an incredibly generous way of putting it,"
Ted replied, his voice filled with gratitude.
"But there's still a personal angle to consider. Imagine what it would mean for me if I succeeded. I'd be gaining fame, and it would all be financed by your money."
"You've got the most stubborn conscience I've ever encountered,"
Mr. Hapworth said with a playful smile.
"You put more effort into turning down money than others would into accepting it. Why not think of this as a partnership? I'm contributing something you don't have. Money. You're bringing something I don't have. Your flying skill. And let's not forget, you're putting much more on the line than I am because you're risking your life. You're the one making the greater contribution to this venture. So what are you still hesitating about?
You're a prince, Mr. Hapworth,
Ted said warmly.
I'll accept your offer on one condition. If I succeed, you'll let me repay every penny it costs.
Agreed,
said Mr. Hapworth with a smile.
From what I gather, the flight likely won't happen until sometime in May.
That's about right. There's no set date for takeoff, so it's up to the pilot to decide. But weather conditions probably won't be favorable before then.
There are a couple of other contenders in the running, aren't there?
Yes,
Ted confirmed.
At least 3 on this side of the Atlantic, and they're all top-notch aviators. One of them even holds the endurance record for staying in the air. I'll be up against some stiff competition,
he added with a smile.
Everybody's heard of them, but nobody's heard of me. When folks hear that some guy named Ted Scott is daring to try, they'll probably laugh themselves silly.
They laugh best who laugh last,
said Walter Hapworth confidently.
And I have a strong feeling that Ted Scott is going to get the last laugh. Now, let's plan for the middle or latter part of May. That should give us about 2 months to build the plane and transport it to Curtis Field in New York, where the flight will begin. Will that be enough time?
Plenty, I think,
Ted replied, pausing briefly to calculate.
Any particular type of plane in mind?
Asked Mr. Hapworth.
A monoplane,
Ted answered without hesitation.
For a trip like this, I think it would outperform the others. I've also got some ideas I'd like to incorporate. Things I've picked up from my flying experience these past few months.
Fine,
exclaimed Mr. Hapworth.
Now, let me tell you my plan. I recently bought a controlling interest in an airplane factory out in San Francisco, the biggest of its kind on the Pacific coast. They're developing a new type of monoplane that they're very proud of. I'll telegraph them tomorrow to start building one specifically for this New York to Paris flight.
Wow,
Ted exclaimed, his enthusiasm bubbling over.
I'll be there with bells on. Oh, Mr. Hapworth, how can I ever thank you enough?
By winning the New York to Paris flight and the $25,000 prize that comes with it,
Mr. Hapworth replied with a smile.
$25,000,
Ted murmured, the amount sounding almost unimaginable.
Yes, but that's just the beginning,
Mr. Hapworth continued.
The man who accomplishes that flight will earn far more, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The money will pour in like a golden flood. But now I must be going.
Rising from his seat, he added,
I need to notify the San Francisco plant to get started right away. In the meantime, I'll count on you to meet with the airmail officials and secure their consent for the project.
For weeks, Ted had been captivated by the idea of the New York to Paris flight. Devouring every piece of news about it, he longed to compete, convinced that he had a real chance. He was fully aware of the risks. Flying above the vast, empty ocean with only the sun and stars as his guides, and the ever-present dangers of fog, sleet, and the merciless waves below. It was a perilous venture. Any mechanical failure would almost certainly spell disaster, but the potential reward was immense. Fame, recognition, and the chance to prove himself. If he succeeded, Tom Maltby's prophecy that Ted Scott would write his name across the sky would come true. At the earliest opportunity, Ted approached Branscombe, the head of his division, to request a leave of absence and explain his bold plan. Branscombe was initially stunned.
Are you trying to commit suicide?
He asked.
Not exactly,
Ted replied with a grin.
Am I such a bad pilot that you think that's the only outcome?
Not at all,
Branscombe said firmly.
You're the best pilot in this division, and I'd put you up against anyone in the world. But this is nearly impossible. There are too many chances for things to go wrong. You're taking a massive risk, son.
I know,
Ted admitted.
But I've thought it over from every angle, and I've decided that if I can get my leave, I'm going to make the attempt.
I'm prouder of your courage than your judgment,
Branscombe replied with a wry smile.
But if you've made up your mind, go for it. Every man in the airmail service will be rooting for you. If you succeed, you'll bring glory to us all. I'll arrange for an indefinite leave of absence."
When word of Ted's plan spread among his fellow pilots, their reactions were as mixed as their astonishment. While they admired his determination, the sheer difficulty of the task left many skeptical. They believed in Ted. If anyone could succeed, it was him. But the odds felt insurmountable. Once all the formalities were completed, Ted bid farewell to his friends, bolstered by their warmest wishes, and boarded the train for California. In San Francisco, Ted received a hearty welcome, accompanied by a great deal of curiosity about the daring young man planning to conquer the Atlantic. His youth surprised many, and while his boldness impressed them, it also left more than a few shaking their heads at the audacity of his mission. But his warm smile and charming personality quickly won everyone over. The flying skills he demonstrated at every opportunity made them think he might actually succeed. Their respect deepened further as they saw his thorough knowledge of plane construction and heard his sharp suggestions as his own plane took shape. Ted poured all his heart and thought into that plane, which would carry him and his dreams. He grew fond of it, almost as if it were alive. One day, he caught himself grinning as he affectionately patted it, thinking of it as a true partner. When the plane was finally complete, Ted's pride swelled. It was as perfect as he and the skilled mechanics could make it. Only the best, fully tested materials were used in its construction. Without equipment, the plane weighed about 1,700 pounds. Fully loaded, with 450 gallons of gasoline, 25 gallons of oil, and Ted himself, it weighed 3,600 pounds. The plane had a wingspan of 46 feet and a wing area of 319 square feet. The fuselage was built from welded steel tubing, while the wings were made of wood and fabric, using spruce spars and cross ribs. The single wing held 3 gasoline tanks, and 2 more were positioned in the fuselage, one in front of the pilot and one behind the engine. A hand pump next to Ted's seat allowed him to transfer gasoline between tanks as needed. If the plane landed in the ocean, Ted could pump the gasoline out at a rate of 30 gallons an hour and use the empty tanks as pontoons. The landing gear featured a split axle made of heat-treated steel with rubber shock cords to absorb bumps. An adjustable stabilizer allowed Ted to trim the plane mid-flight from the cockpit. Visibility was provided through side windows in the fuselage, a skylight in the wing above the pilot's head, and a horizontal periscope extending from the left side. Ted's instruments included an earth inductor compass, a magnetic compass, a tachometer, an altimeter, an airspeed indicator, turn and bank indicators, an inclinometer, oil and gasoline pressure gauges, a clock, a drift indicator for spotting ocean whitecaps or icebergs, and an econometer for measuring fuel efficiency by miles per hour. A powerful whirlwind motor propelled the plane, while its duralumin propeller was designed to push the craft through the air at speeds of up to 120 miles per hour with a full load, and 125 miles per hour with a lighter one. The wings and fuselage were covered with fabric coated in 6 layers of aluminum pigmented dope, giving the plane a shimmering silver appearance. As it soared through the air, it became a stunning sight to behold.
"Well, how do you like it?"
Mr. Ellsworth, the superintendent, asked as he and Ted stood before the finished plane.
"Like it?"
Ted exclaimed, catching his breath.
"It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's a dream. I don't think there's another plane in the world that can match it."
Mr. Ellsworth smiled in satisfaction.
"I'd say it's a fine job, but I want to acknowledge that some of its best features came from your ideas. So when are you taking off?"
"I'm planning to leave tomorrow,"
Ted replied.
"Those guys back east already have a head start, and every hour counts. I'm not just aiming to complete the flight. I want to be the first to finish. That prize is looking really good to me."
"I don't blame you,"
said Mr. Ellsworth.
"This is the opportunity of a lifetime, Ted. Honestly, when I first met you and saw how young you were, I had my doubts. I knew you'd be up against seasoned, experienced pilots. But right now, I believe you're the best bet. Where's your first stop on the way east?"
"St. Louis,"
Ted answered. Mr. Ellsworth looked surprised.
"St. Louis? That's a big jump, 1,600 miles.
"Well,"
Ted replied,
Since the plane needs to handle long distances, it might as well start now. I chose St. Louis for two reasons. First, it's the hometown of Mr. Hapworth, who supported me so generously and whose name I've given the plane. Second, I want to see my friends from the air service and say goodbye. After that, I'll head straight to New York.
From the Pacific to the Atlantic with only one stop,
exclaimed Mr. Ellsworth.
That's ambitious, Ted. You'd be breaking the record for a solo flight.
That's what records are for, to be broken,
Ted said with a laugh. The next day, the entire workforce at the plant gathered to send Ted off in grand style. Handshakes were exchanged, and a chorus of "good luck" filled the air as Ted prepared for his daring journey. Ted carefully tuned the motor, ensuring it ran flawlessly. Satisfied, he climbed into the fuselage of the Hapworth and signaled for the blocks to be removed. The engine roared to life, propelling the plane down the runway. After a few hundred yards, the plane soared into the sky like an eagle, its nose pointed confidently toward the east. Chapter 19. From Coast to Coast. Rising to an altitude of 3,000 feet, Ted Scott settled into the cockpit, ready for his important journey. His heart pounded with excitement, and his nerves tingled with anticipation. The great adventure had begun. He was alone in the vast sky, with the sun as his only companion. He soared through the air, leaving the roar of the Pacific behind. Soon he would behold the waves of the Atlantic. His mission, to cross the continent. He glanced at his instruments. His speed was 120 miles per hour, swiftly covering the distance. Over fields, cities, lakes, and rivers, he flew like a mighty bird. Reaching the mountain ranges, he climbed to 12 to 15,000 feet to clear the snow-capped peaks. Another 100 miles passed, then another. He moved with the speed of the wind. The engine purred smoothly, its steady hum music to his ears. Night fell and the sky darkened. Stars appeared, their brilliant light piercing the velvet heavens. The moon rose, casting a silver glow over the plain. Through the night, the stars seemed to watch over him like heavenly sentinels. As dawn approached, the eastern sky lit up with hues of pink and gold. The horizon burned with color as the plane pressed forward, never faltering. Then, Ted spotted the Mississippi River, winding endlessly like a silver ribbon, carrying its powerful current to the Gulf. On its banks stood the great city of St. Louis. He had reached his destination. In just 14.5 hours, he had flown 1,600 miles. Descending in a wide spiral, Ted could see the landing field below, packed with a huge crowd. People swarmed the area, pointing at the plane. Even from the sky, he could hear their cheers. It was a complete surprise to Ted, as his flight had been almost unannounced, and he hadn't expected such a welcome. After making a perfect landing, Ted was immediately surrounded by a crowd of cheering fans, all eager to shake his hand or clap him on the shoulder. Branscombe and his former airmail comrades had to work hard to escort him away from the enthusiastic mob and into a quiet spot where he could catch his breath. Even then, reporters tracked him down and wouldn't take no for an answer. By afternoon, newspapers were filled with headlines proclaiming the rise of a new aviation star. Ted was deeply touched by the reception, but also overwhelmed. In his modesty, he couldn't understand the fuss. To him, it didn't feel like he had accomplished anything extraordinary. Mr. Hapworth managed to get a moment alone with Ted and, in his excitement, hugged him.
"I knew I was backing a winner,"
he exclaimed.
"Don't be so sure,"
Ted replied with a smile.
"This is just the first leg of a long journey."
"But it's a brilliant start,"
Hapworth said confidently.
"and a good sign of what's to come. Ted, you're the real deal."
They talked for a long time about the upcoming transatlantic flight. Eventually, Hapworth brought up Bromville.
"It's a shame Mr. Monet isn't here. I mentioned he might have to return to France, and now he has."
"I'm sorry to hear that,"
Ted replied.
"I was hoping to thank him personally."
"It's a loss for another reason,"
Hapworth added.
"He has important information on Brewster Gale I wanted to review. I think we're closing in on that schemer, Ted. I've already uncovered evidence that could land him in jail, unless he makes restitution to the Brownings and clears up his dealings with Monet and me. If Monet were here, We could start pressing him now, but it'll have to wait.
Don't hold back,
Ted said firmly.
Gale deserves to face the consequences.
Hapworth changed the subject.
You must stay as my guest while you're here.
Thanks, but I can't,
Ted answered.
I'm taking off tonight. I'll grab a couple of hours sleep, then head out.
So soon?
Hapworth asked, concerned.
Don't push yourself too hard.
I feel great,
Ted reassured him.
And I'm eager to reach New York. Those other pilots have been preparing for weeks, and they could take off at any moment. I can't afford to waste a second.
I suppose you're right.
Mr. Hapworth agreed reluctantly.
I'm heading to New York in a few days myself, and I'll be there to wish you luck before you begin your ocean voyage.
After 6 hours of sleep and 2 more inspecting his plane, Ted Scott refueled and took off again for the final leg of his cross-country journey. The weather remained ideal, with just enough of a tailwind to push the plane along faster. Ted made even better time on this stretch than he had on the first. The miles seemed to vanish like magic, but as fast as Ted flew, his reputation traveled even faster. St. Louis had been the first to take notice, but now the whole country was abuzz about the young aviator from the West, a bold dreamer daring to believe he could cross the Atlantic. Until then, very few people had even heard his name. Some rumors had trickled out from the West Coast about a young man. What was his name again? Scott, maybe. Building a plane to compete for the $25,000 prize for the first non-stop flight from New York to Paris. Most dismissed the news with an amused smile. The idea seemed absurd. Sure, the young man had guts, but the notion that an almost unknown pilot could succeed where others had failed was laughable. Hadn't René Fonck, the famed French ace, failed disastrously just a year before? And Nungesser and Coley had disappeared into the Atlantic only weeks earlier, likely to their deaths. These were seasoned pilots, masters of their craft. What chance did a newcomer like Scott have? It was foolish, even tragic. Too young to risk his life this way. Still, many assumed that if he did make it to New York, an unlikely feat in itself, more experienced aviators would surely convince him to abandon such a suicidal mission. The boy would come to his senses, they thought, and no harm would come of it. This was the general sentiment, among those who cared to think about it at all, when Ted first took off from California. But everything changed when he landed in St. Louis. The news spread like wildfire. Reporters and editors scrambled to uncover the facts. They discovered that no solo pilot had ever flown 1,600 miles in one stretch so quickly. That was something to think about. What else did the records reveal? A member of the Caterpillar Club, and not just any member, but a 4-star one. 4 times he had escaped certain death by parachuting, each under circumstances that would have been fatal without his calm, quick thinking. One jump had even been from 13,000 feet. At night. That deserved some serious reconsideration. Had they judged him too hastily? As they pored over the records, the telegraphs buzzed with reports of city after city being passed in a flash by this young sky warrior, racing across the 900 miles between St. Louis and New York. Something extraordinary was happening, and they had overlooked it. History was unfolding, carried by the streak of light tearing through the skies.
Wake up, editors! Wake up, reporters! Get moving! Front page! Big headlines! Drop the other stories! Highlight this one. Send a crew to Curtis Field. Don't stand around. Act.
And so, while Ted Scott calmly watched the landscape fall away beneath him, unaware of the storm of excitement he had stirred, the presses of New York's papers roared to life. Overnight, he had become famous. His name spoken more than any other across the nation. At dawn, the Hudson River came into view. He crossed the Palisades, and the sprawling metropolis of the New World spread out below him. To the east, the waves of the Atlantic rolled, a mighty challenge he would soon face. Guided by his compass, he passed over the East River and, moments later, hovered above Curtis Field. In just 2 flights, Ted Scott had conquered the continent. Chapter 20. Off for Paris. The Hapworth, shining like a silver streak in the morning sun, circled the field, searching for a landing spot. Ted spotted a smooth stretch and descended as gracefully as a swan. No sooner had the plane come to a stop than it was surrounded by an eager crowd of pilots, reporters, and aviation enthusiasts. They hadn't expected him so soon. Once again, Ted had shattered all time estimates on his flight. Ted leaned out of a window, flashing the warm, friendly smile that charmed everyone who met him, a smile that would soon become known worldwide.
"Hello, folks,"
he called, waving to the crowd.
"Glad to see you."
Cheers erupted, and in moments he was pulled from the plane, surrounded by a sea of excited faces. Questions flew at him in rapid succession, and Ted did his best to keep up. Did he know he'd broken a transcontinental flight record? No, he hadn't thought about it. He'd been too busy flying the plane. Was he really planning to compete in the New York to Paris flight? Absolutely. That's why he'd come to New York. When would he take off? As soon as he had his supplies and the weather was favorable. Who would accompany him on the flight?
Nobody.
The crowd gasped.
What? Say that again.
Nobody.
Ted repeated firmly. But all the other contestants were flying in pairs. Yes, Ted knew that. Did he realize he might have to fly for 40 hours or more without sleep? Ted nodded.
"I'll manage. I can handle it in a pinch."
The reporters, thorough as they were, eventually ran out of questions. Ted answered everything honestly and without hesitation. He had nothing to hide. His modest, unassuming nature won them over completely. There was no boasting, no arrogance, just quiet confidence. To the seasoned reporters, he was the shyest hero they had ever met. From that moment, the public's hunger for news about Ted and his plane became insatiable. His exploits dominated the headlines, making him the most talked-about individual in the country. What touched Ted most was the camaraderie of his rivals. Though they were competitors in every sense, they treated him with fairness and generosity. There was no pettiness or hostility. They shared their maps, charts, and insights, and Ted did the same. Often they could be seen together, talking like old friends, exchanging thoughts about planes, engines, and strategies. Still, there was sorrow amid the camaraderie. One of the competitors, Marston, and his co-pilot had perished during a trial flight. Their plane had gone down in what appeared to be a meadow, but it turned out to be a marsh. The nose of the plane had sunk into the mud, killing both men instantly. Of the remaining 4 competitors, one was a world-renowned aviator known for daring feats, and another held the endurance record. They were formidable opponents, worthy of respect, yet despite the fierce competition, Ted had captured the public's imagination more than anyone else. His recent transcontinental flight was extraordinary, but his youth, charm, and determination also played a part. And then there was the fact that he was flying alone. The image of a solitary young man braving the vast ocean was deeply stirring. No one would be there to help if something went wrong. No one to take over if he needed rest. He would face storms, sleet, and fog entirely on his own. It was a bold, almost defiant challenge, an inspiring act of courage that gripped the world. There was no shortage of debate about the wisdom of Ted's decision to fly alone. Even Mr. Hapworth, who arrived in New York a couple of days after Ted, was deeply concerned.
"It's a huge risk, Ted,"
he said.
"Let me arrange for an experienced aviator to go with you as an assistant. It would be easy to organise. What if you fall asleep at the controls? What if you suddenly get sick? Every other contestant is flying in pairs. It's the only sensible approach. Don't be reckless."
"I understand the advantages, Mr. Hapworth,"
Ted replied calmly.
"But I've thought it through, and I'm confident this is the right decision. And most importantly, I need to minimize the weight in the plane. I'm cutting down everything, even a lead pencil, because every ounce matters. The plane needs maximum lifting power to carry enough fuel for the flight to Paris. As it is, I'll be carrying 750 pounds more than the plane has ever been tested for. An extra person would add at least 150 pounds, and that weight could mean the difference between success and failure. That extra fuel might be what I need to make it across."
Ted's reasoning prevailed, especially since Mr. Hapworth had learned to trust his judgment. Now, The race was on to see which of the 5 contestants would take off first. Tension ran high, but the Atlantic weather remained treacherous, with reports urging delay. One night, as rain poured down in torrents, Ted noticed a key detail in the latest weather bulletins. Conditions in New York were grim, but fog off the Newfoundland coast was beginning to lift, and the ocean storm seemed to be subsiding. At midnight, Ted made his decision. After 4 hours of rest, he ventured into the rain and headed to Curtis Field. There, he gave his plane a final inspection. It was in perfect condition. He patted it affectionately, then had it moved to Roosevelt Field. With a couple of sandwiches and a water bottle tucked into the fuselage, Ted climbed into the cockpit. He signaled for the blocks to be removed, and his journey began. The engine roared to life, and the plane surged forward down the runway. But with the extra load of fuel and the muddy, rain-soaked ground, it struggled to lift off. The crowd, drawn by rumors of Ted's daring departure, held their breath. Was this brave young aviator destined for disaster before his journey even began? The plane sped on. Would it ever rise? Just as a crash seemed certain, the determined craft lifted, skimming over the treetops by the narrowest margin. Then, with steady resolve, it soared higher into the sky. The lone eagle had begun his flight. Chapter 21. Sea and Sky. The takeoff had been riskier than anyone except Ted Scott realized. The sticky mud had held the wheels nearly too long. Ahead of him, still on the ground, stood a clump of tall trees and a web of telegraph wires. Crashing into either could have been deadly, but a narrow escape is still an escape, and with a heartfelt prayer of thanks, Ted settled into the wicker seat he wouldn't leave again until he had crossed the sea. He leveled off to build speed, then climbed to an altitude of 2,000 feet. The takeoff had been just after 7 in the morning, and he flew east, heading into the sun, or where the sun would have been if the clouds hadn't hidden it. Beneath him, the earth disappeared in a haze, leaving no landmarks to guide him. He relied entirely on his instruments. He reduced the engine power to 3/4, a level he maintained for most of the flight, and kept a close watch on his inductor compass. This compass, a recent invention, had already proven its value many times. It worked on the relationship between the Earth's magnetic field and the magnetic field generated by the airplane. Once the course was set to register 0 on the compass, any deviation would make the needle swing away from 0, showing the error. By flying with the needle on the opposite side of 0 for about the same amount of time, the plane could return to its original course. Over and over during that critical journey, Ted silently gave thanks for the invention of that compass. Any significant deviation from his course could have been fatal. Ted had calculated the fuel needed for his journey to Paris with extreme precision, allowing only a small margin for error. A few hundred miles of unnecessary travel could ruin his careful planning and likely doom the mission. Onward he flew, straight and steady like an arrow. The motor hummed flawlessly, and the plane handled its heavy load without trouble. Ted had been most concerned about that weight, but now he found comfort in knowing that with each gallon of fuel consumed, the plane grew lighter. The sun broke through at last, and the clouds dissolved into golden strands under its rays. Ted saw this as a good sign. Nature, which had seemed to challenge him at the start, now seemed to welcome him. Yet deep down, he knew nature could change its mood at any moment. As the mist lifted, Ted caught sight of land and sea below. For a while, he followed the eastern coastline, recognizing the narrow strip of land as Cape Cod. Then, with a steady hand, he left the land behind, heading across the open sea toward Nova Scotia. Through uncharted skies, the plane sped forward at over 100 miles per hour. He was leaving his homeland behind. Would he ever return? Or would his bones lie on the ocean floor, with only the waves to mark his passing? Despite the occasional dark thoughts, Ted's heart swelled with excitement. He felt the same daring spirit as the ancient Vikings, who had braved the ocean's fury and reveled in its wildest storms. Like them, Ted felt small in the vastness of sea and sky, but his soul was that of a conqueror, Nature might rage against him, might even take his life, but it could never break his will. Ted Scott was the master of his fate, the captain of his soul. On he went, flying like the wind. His thoughts turned to the friends he had left behind. Dear old Eben and Charity, who knew all about his plans and were surely praying for him at that very moment. Mr. Hapworth, whose firm handshake had been the last as Ted climbed into the cockpit. His valiant competitors, who had wished him luck so sincerely. And the cheering crowd gathered in the misty morning to see him embark on this historic journey. Ted's heart swelled and tears came to his eyes. What Ted didn't know, and barely thought about, was the wave of excitement sweeping across America over his daring flight. From the moment the news broke, Scott took off a little after 7 o'clock this morning. The entire nation was electrified. Across every city, newspaper presses roared, and newsboys shouted their latest editions. Crowds gathered around bulletin boards where updates on Ted's progress appeared every few minutes. Reports came in. He had passed Hellgate, crossed over Long Island Sound, his plane was seen above Block Island, and then far overhead at Cape Cod. A wireless from a passing steamer confirmed he was heading toward Nova Scotia. Work in offices slowed to a crawl, overshadowed by the universal topic, Ted Scott's flight. Everywhere, people asked the same questions. What did the latest report say? Where was he now? How was the weather? Was he flying fast enough? Would he make it? Could he make it? In homes, women listened closely to the radio for the latest bulletins, while boys and girls buzzed with the same excitement that gripped the nation. In motion picture houses and theaters, updates were announced from the stage every few minutes, drawing more anticipation than the performances themselves. That night, millions lay sleepless in their beds, thinking of and praying for the brave, solitary aviator flying through the darkness over the vast Atlantic. He carried the heart of America with him. By nightfall, Ted had reached Nova Scotia and flown over St. John's, Newfoundland. He had even deviated slightly from his course to verify his instruments before steering toward the open sea. Night fell, and with it came the Atlantic. The vast, hungry, growling, and terrifying Atlantic. Chapter 22. The Grip of the Storm. With a strange thrill in his heart, Ted Scott plunged boldly into the darkness. Now, it was a battle against the monster that had claimed countless lives. Would he become one of its many victims? Everything up to this point had been, in a way, preparation. While flying over land, any trouble with the plane might have allowed him to land safely. At worst, he could have relied on his trusted parachute, but now those options were gone. If disaster struck, the ocean would be the end. He might try pumping the fuel tanks dry to use them as pontoons, but it was a slim hope. At best, it would only delay the inevitable. Tossed like a toy on the raging waves, he would eventually be overwhelmed and drowned. The parachute was useless now. It might as well have been left behind for all the help it could offer. Even earlier, during the stretch between Cape Cod and Nova Scotia, his chances would have been better. Ships were often in sight, ready to assist in an emergency. But now, there was no one to depend on. No outside help. Ted Scott was alone in this fight. If he failed, he would die alone. But Ted had no time for dark thoughts. He pushed them aside, focusing on the map before him and checking his instruments. The plane continued to cover more than 100 miles an hour. Already 1,000 of the 3,600 miles had been completed. Each tick of the clock propelled him closer to his goal. The air around him grew colder. Though he wore only standard flying clothes, the cockpit's shelter protected him from the worst of the chill. His mind, alive with excitement, seemed to warm him as much as his gear. Still, he knew the cold was dangerous. Cold brought the threat of ice or sleet, deadly enemies for a pilot. Sleet could freeze on the plane's wings, weighing them down and destroying their lift. More than one pilot had met their end because of that icy coating. Looking through the window on his left, Ted glimpsed a ghostly parade of enormous shapes in the waters below. They loomed like drifting mountains, carved into strange and fantastic forms. They were icebergs, torn from Greenland's ice cap and floating into the southern seas. Slowly, their submerged portions would melt, causing the unstable masses to collapse with thunderous crashes. Even as Ted watched, a thunderous roar echoed through the air like a dynamite explosion. One of the largest icebergs toppled over, crashing into the sea with a force that sent a towering spray of foam hundreds of feet into the sky, resembling a colossal geyser. At any other time, it might have been a mesmerizing sight. But now, Ted felt no fascination, only relief when his speeding plane carried him beyond the icy giants. Yet the cold remained and grew even sharper. A thick, damp fog soon descended, wrapping everything in its suffocating grip. It seeped into the cockpit, cloaking his instruments in a misty haze and making it harder to read them. As uncomfortable as this was, Ted could have endured it without alarm. But then came a sudden sharp tapping on the glass. Was he flying too low? Could it be sea spray? Rain? The sound was too crisp, too harsh for either. A moment later, his fears were confirmed. It was sleet. Bitter, stinging sleet lashed against the plane, its relentless pelting soon growing into a fierce crackling, like the sound of roaring flames. Realizing the immediate danger, Ted acted quickly. He soared upward through the clouds, aiming to escape the sleet by climbing above it. But no matter how high he climbed, the icy barrage persisted, the relentless crackling following him like a shadow. He banked to the right, then the left, trying to outmaneuver the storm. It was like a hunted fox, twisting and turning to throw the hounds off its scent. Ted tried every direction except backward. Turning back was something he wouldn't do. For a fleeting moment, though, the thought tempted him. He wasn't yet so far from the coast of Newfoundland. He could turn around and reach it in a short time. Even if the sleet continued, he could land safely there. But turning back would mean admitting defeat. His journey would be over, at least for now. He would have to return to New York and confess that he had failed. Beaten! The word sent a surge of rebellion through Ted's heart. Beaten! No, he would not be beaten. His unyielding spirit refused to accept defeat. He might die, but he would never surrender. Resolutely, he kept the nose of his plane aimed at Europe. Yet he noticed a troubling change. His speed was dropping. From 90 miles an hour, it fell to 80. The plane felt different now. Sluggish and unresponsive, like a weary horse straining under a heavy load. Ted knew the cause. The ice building on the wings was weighing the plane down. The danger was clear. He was on the verge of being forced into the sea, but Ted clenched his teeth and pressed on. It was Europe or death. And at that moment, death seemed more likely to win. Then, without warning, the crackling stopped. Abruptly, as if by magic, Ted realized he had escaped the sleet zone. He had entered a warmer air current, where the ice on the wings would soon begin to melt. The relief was overwhelming. It was as if a man condemned to die had been granted a last-minute reprieve as he climbed the scaffold steps. Had Charity been praying for him? Ted had no doubt she had. Gradually, the ice loosened its grip, and the gallant plane, freed from its burden, regained speed. It seemed to come alive again, as if it too had been given a second chance. With his spirits lifting, Ted suddenly realized he hadn't eaten all day. Ted wasn't particularly aware of hunger. The intense focus his journey demanded had dulled his appetite. Still, he took a drink of water and forced himself to eat a sandwich. Not out of desire, but because he knew he needed to maintain his strength. Hour after hour, he pressed forward into the darkness. Then, at last, he noticed a faint lightening of the eastern sky. Dawn was approaching, but with the dawn came a storm, a ferocious tempest that whipped the waves into a frenzy and battered the plane with enormous force, as though trying to tear it apart with its mighty hands. Chapter 23. Land ho! In the relentless fury of the storm, Ted felt like a mere chip swept along in the torrent of Niagara. The wind shrieked around him like the cries of 10,000 demons. Lightning tore across the sky in jagged streaks, and thunder roared so deafeningly it seemed to compete with the gale's ferocity. Facing directly into the wind would have been impossible. but fortunately its main force came from behind. Though it pushed him slightly off course, its speed compensated by propelling him forward at an incredible pace. Ted maneuvered his plane up and down, searching for a calmer altitude. At times he flew so close to the towering waves that spray dashed against his plane. At others, he climbed to 10,000 feet. But the gale's power was nearly the same at every level. Eventually, he resolved to stay on course as best he could and let the storm carry him forward. For nearly 2 hours, the tempest raged with unrelenting force before finally subsiding as quickly as it had come. Throughout the ordeal, Ted's greatest fear had been that some part of the plane might fail. The slightest break would have sealed his fate, but the sturdy aircraft endured, and Ted silently praised the meticulous craftsmanship that had gone into its construction. As far as he could tell, the plane had emerged from the storm completely unscathed, but only minutes later, Ted's jubilation turned to alarm. He heard what sounded like a knock in the motor. The engine, which had hummed with perfect precision since the start of his journey, was no longer singing its smooth, steady song. It was missing. He listened, his heart pounding. Would the engine fail completely? If it did, all his hopes would vanish. He would plunge into the waves, and his name would join the tragic roll of those who had died in the service of aviation. Knock, knock, knock. Each ominous sound felt like another nail in his coffin. For 5 agonizing minutes, the knocking continued, every moment stretching unbearably. Was the fuel not feeding properly? Had some contaminant entered the gasoline during refueling? Then suddenly, the knocking stopped. Ted let out a long breath of relief as the motor resumed its smooth, melodious hum. It was not yet time for Ted Scott's epitaph to be written. Overjoyed, Ted checked his instruments. His Earth inductor compass showed he had drifted slightly off course. He adjusted his heading until the needle returned to 0. Remarkably, even after the storm, he was not just on schedule but slightly ahead of it. Just then, his attention was drawn to a wisp of smoke on the horizon. Looking closer, he could make out the outline of a massive ocean liner, cutting through the waves on its way to America, the land he had left only hours before. For a moment, Ted was tempted to alter his course slightly to fly closer to the ocean liner. If he passed near or above it, his progress could be reported by wireless, and those back home would know he was safe so far. But he suppressed the impulse. Soon enough, if all went well, he would reach the coast, and the news could be telegraphed from there. He pressed on, his heart light and joyful. Suddenly, a sharp blow against the cockpit glass startled him. What was that? He glanced around but saw nothing. It left him with an eerie sensation, the result of nerves stretched tighter than he had realized. Bang! Another strike, harder this time. Ted looked up quickly and caught sight of a broad wing. Relief and joy swept over him. Seagulls, these feathered aviators of the sky, were hundreds of miles from shore, soaring above the vast Atlantic like him. Looking through the periscope, he saw he was surrounded by a flock of them, gracefully wheeling in the air. Ted felt a sudden warmth toward these fellow travelers. They were the first living creatures he had seen since leaving the American coast, and their presence eased his loneliness. He hoped the gulls that had struck the plane weren't seriously hurt. Before long, he left the flock behind and was once more alone in the vast expanse of sky. Then his heart leapt at the sight of tiny dots far below, bobbing on the waves. He descended slightly and recognized them as fishing boats. On the decks, men were running about, pointing up at him. Their faces showed astonishment and in some cases alarm. Perhaps they thought he was some kind of supernatural visitor from the heavens. Ted swooped as low as he dared, leaning out of the window on his left side. He shouted. They kept staring up at him, bewildered, but gave no sign of understanding his words. Likely the roar of the motor drowned out his voice. Ted hadn't expected much else. He had shouted more out of sheer joy, delighting in the chance to speak to other human beings. To him, their rough, weathered faces were almost beautiful. A rare elation gripped him. These fishing boats were a clear sign that land was near. It was unlikely they would venture more than 100 miles from the coast. He pressed onward, his eyes fixed on the horizon through the periscope. Less than an hour later, his heart leapt as he spotted the rocky outline of the Irish coast. Joy surged through him, and he felt like shouting, "Land! Land!" He had conquered the Atlantic. It had hurled its worst at him, gale, fog, sleet, but he had overcome it. With renewed energy, Ted sped toward the blessed land and hovered above it at last. Glancing at his map and instruments, he marveled at his precision. He had reached the coast within 4 miles of his intended point, a testament not only to his nerve, but also to his extraordinary skill in air navigation. As his plane soared over the emerald fields of Ireland, word of his achievement spread like wildfire. From Europe to America, from nation to nation, from city to city, the news flashed. Ted Scott has been seen over Ireland. Chapter 24. Swooping Down upon Paris. Ted Scott had heard many stories about the beauty of Ireland, but none of them had captured its true wonder. In his current state of excitement, the land seemed like a magical fairyland. He flew lower to admire its charm more closely. He continued on, eventually crossing into England, where crowds had gathered to watch his journey. Then came the Channel, the narrow silver strip that separated the tight little island from the European mainland. Once in the early days of air travel, flying across the Channel, a mere 20 miles, had been an incredible achievement. Now it was just a small part of the journey for a man who had already crossed the Atlantic. Over the restless waves, Ted sped along at 2 miles a minute, soon reaching the shores of sunny France. But it wasn't sunny anymore. The sun had already dipped below the horizon. In the dimming twilight, Ted flew west of Cherbourg, then followed the winding path of the River Seine. On that river lay Paris, his destination, the city of his dreams. It was fully dark when Ted noticed the faint glow in the sky that signaled the presence of a large city. Rising above it was a towering structure he immediately recognized as the Eiffel Tower. Soon the magnificent city of Paris came into view, a city that had stood at the forefront of civilization for over 1,000 years. A deep thrill swept through him, one he knew he would only feel once in his life. He had fought a good fight, he had completed his journey. He was no longer a nobody. Now, the whole world knew his name. He had written his name across the sky. It was time to locate the Le Bourget airfield, the designated endpoint of his historic flight. Ted believed the airfield was farther northeast of Paris than it actually was, which made it difficult to find at first. He spotted what appeared to be an airfield, but both beacons and floodlights were operating simultaneously. In America, beacons were usually turned off when floodlights were on, so this difference caused him some confusion. He circled the city again, but no other airfield came into view. Returning to the first one, he noticed rockets and flares lighting up the night sky. As he descended, he saw countless cars and a massive crowd of people gathered below. It had to be the right place. In long, graceful circles, he brought the plane lower, searching for a landing spot. The crowd parted to make room, and Ted Scott executed a flawless landing, rolling a few hundred feet before stopping the plane. He leaned out of the window and flashed his unforgettable smile.
"I am Ted Scott,"
he said simply. What happened next was a blur. He was pulled from the plane by an ecstatic, frenzied crowd, wild with joy and excitement. They shouted, pounded his back, and fought to get close to him, nearly tearing his clothes in their enthusiasm. Only the intervention of the police saved him from being completely overwhelmed by his overjoyed admirers. Eventually, the crowd was brought under control, and Ted found himself shaking hands with the American ambassador to France, along with some of the most distinguished figures in Paris, statesmen, generals, and other renowned leaders whose names were famous worldwide. The ambassador, usually reserved and composed, was overcome with joy and pride for his courageous young countryman. He ushered Ted into his car and drove him to the American embassy, where a hearty meal awaited. Every possible comfort was provided for the exhausted aviator. That night, Ted stretched out on a bed in the ambassador's own pajamas, finally able to rest his weary body. When Ted awoke, the world had changed. His name was on everyone's lips, more famous than anyone else at that moment. Newspapers across every continent were dedicating entire pages to his incredible achievement. Crowds surrounded the embassy, chanting and calling for him to appear. Paris, in its enthusiasm, lavished him with honor. Telegrams of congratulations flooded in by the thousands. Back in the United States, the reaction was even more fervent. The nation had gone wild, captivated by Ted's daring and triumph. Men cheered, women wept. Everyone was desperate for Ted to return so they could express their admiration and love in person. But Ted's return to America would have to wait. All of Europe was clamoring to see him. France, in particular, was reluctant to let him go, celebrating him with an endless series of fêtes and receptions. The President of France welcomed him personally. The Senate and Chamber of Deputies held a grand reception in his honor. Through it all, Ted remained humble, an unassuming, modest young American, marveling at the attention and wondering why everyone was making such a fuss. Yet among all the accolades, nothing thrilled Ted more than meeting Paul Monet again. Paul eagerly sought him out as soon as he could. His pride and enthusiasm were unmistakable.
"Wonderful, wonderful,"
Paul exclaimed.
"My brave young friend, the world has surrendered to you."
"You share in any glory there is,"
Ted said warmly.
"Without your kindness, I would never have made it here."
When they had calmed down and could speak more seriously, Ted asked Paul Monet about what he knew regarding Brewster Gale's dealings.
"Ah, mon ami, that man is a villain,"
Paul exclaimed.
"Sure, but he will be brought to justice. I have the proof right here,"
he said, tapping his breast pocket.
"I have, what do you Americans say? I have the goods on him. He will face a tough time when I return to America. That will be in about 2 weeks. By the way, when are you going back?"
"I'm not sure yet,"
Ted replied.
"These kind friends here are holding on to me tightly. I'm leaving it mostly up to the ambassador. Now that I'm in Europe, I'd like to see some of it, but I'll follow his advice."
For more than a week, Ted remained in Paris, with enormous crowds cheering him wherever he went. After that, England, Belgium, and other countries insisted on welcoming him. The receptions in each place were grand. Kings awarded him decorations and took great pleasure in honoring him. Tens of thousands cheered wildly, letting Ted know that he was no longer just an American hero. He belonged to the world, but the United States became so desperate to have its hero back that it couldn't be denied any longer. The President of the United States arranged for a naval cruiser to bring him home, which was less a suggestion than a command. After ensuring that his treasured plane was carefully crated and loaded onto the ship, Ted Scott, the daring young aviator who had made history, returned to the loving arms and hearts of his people. Chapter 25, The Triumphal Journey. Ted Scott soon felt grateful for the decision to provide a cruiser for his return home. Had he traveled on one of the great ocean liners, he would have been mobbed at every appearance, unable to escape the constant attention, and deprived of the rest he so desperately needed. On the cruiser, staffed by American officers and crew, every effort was made to ensure his comfort. Although he was the focus of admiration and pride, the crew was considerate of the immense strain he had endured during the endless celebrations in Europe. They carefully avoided overwhelming him. When Ted wanted solitude, he stayed in his room. When he felt like socializing, he went out on deck. Long, uninterrupted nights of sleep and the invigorating sea air quickly restored his energy and sharpness of mind and body.
"Rest while you can, my boy,"
the captain told him with a grin.
"I'll warn you. There won't be much rest once you step foot on American soil. Everything that's happened so far is nothing compared to what's waiting for you. They'll try to feed you to death, talk you to death, and parade you to death."
"That doesn't sound too great,"
Ted replied with a laugh.
"But I'm pretty tough. I think I can handle it."
"This old wireless of mine hasn't stopped buzzing,"
the captain continued.
"They're planning a bigger reception for you than anything America's ever done. And here's some news for you. They're going to make you a millionaire. Word just came in that some folks are organizing a fund to raise $1 million and give it to you. What do you think of that?"
"Nothing doing,"
Ted replied firmly.
"It's incredibly kind of them, and I truly appreciate it. But I won't accept a gift like that. Not a chance. I'll only take what I earn. Please send a message thanking them, but let them know I can't accept.
I thought as much,
the captain said with a smile of admiration.
It's refreshing to see someone who doesn't worship money. I'll send the message right away.
During the voyage, preparations for Ted's grand American reception were finalized, and he was informed of the plans via wireless. The first stop would be Washington, D.C. Initially, it had been expected that Ted would arrive in New York. However, it seemed fitting that the young man who had brought such honor to the entire nation should first be welcomed by the nation's official leader. Only after that would New York, the nation's largest city, get its chance to celebrate him. St. Louis had also secured its place as the third stop. That city held special significance for Ted, as it had been his base when he was a relatively unknown aviator in the airmail service, long before he ever dreamed his name would be celebrated worldwide. St. Louis was also the home of Walter Hapworth, his close friend and the backer who had funded the plane named in Hapworth's honor. Ted, of course, agreed to the plans. Yet deep down, all he truly wanted was rest, peace, and the freedom to shape his own future. Despite the overwhelming praise and admiration he had received, he remained entirely unspoiled by it all. Ted understood that his achievement had elevated him to a national figure. Although he shied away from further publicity, his heart was warmed by the genuine love and admiration of his fellow Americans. He felt he belonged to them, and he was ready to let them celebrate him as they wished. At a steady pace, the cruiser sliced through the Atlantic, eventually reaching the mouth of the Potomac River. From there, it proceeded slowly and majestically toward the nation's capital. Washington welcomed Ted as if he were royalty. The city went all out for the occasion. People from across the country filled the streets to cheer for the young aviation hero. The roads were packed from buildings to curbs, adorned with flags and bunting. Bands played patriotic tunes, and the air was alive with excitement as Ted's car, following detachments of soldiers, sailors, and Marines, made its way up Pennsylvania Avenue to the Washington Monument. At the monument, a massive crowd, seemingly as countless as grains of sand, waited eagerly. A deafening roar of applause erupted as the procession came into view. The President of the United States stood ready to greet Ted and personally awarded him the Distinguished Flying Cross. In a heartfelt speech, the President expressed the admiration and pride that all Americans felt for their courageous young countryman. His words, full of emotion, were broadcast across the nation via radio, reaching millions of listeners from the Atlantic coast, which Ted had conquered, to the Pacific, where his journey had begun. Then, to those same millions, Ted spoke briefly but sincerely over the microphone. In his modest, heartfelt way, he thanked the nation for the overwhelming reception and support they had shown him. Ted's time in Washington was packed with events, from early morning until late at night. Yet, despite the whirlwind schedule, his happiest moments were the ones he managed to steal away to spend with his old friends. He had hoped Eben and Charity could join him in Washington, but the elderly couple, though thrilled and proud of their boy's achievement, shied away from the spotlight. They urged him instead to return to Bromville as soon as he could, a promise Ted gladly made. Mr. Hapworth was there, sharing in Ted's triumph and bringing news that Paul Monet was expected to arrive any day. Once Monet arrived, it seemed certain that Brewster Gale's troubles would begin in earnest. Several of Ted's former co-workers from the aero plant had traveled to Washington to celebrate with their old friend. Among them were Bill Ellison, Tom Maltby, Mark Lawson, Jack Forrest, and Breck Lewis. While they might have felt a bit of awe at Ted's newfound fame, any fears of being overlooked were quickly dispelled. Ted greeted each of them with genuine delight, shaking hands and embracing them in his usual exuberant way. He was still the same old Ted.
"What's next, old boy?"
Maltby asked during their conversation.
"I'm not sure yet,"
Ted admitted.
"Seems like you've had all the thrills life can offer,"
Bill Ellison said with a grin. How wrong Bill was would soon be revealed in the next thrilling adventure of the series titled Rescued in the Clouds, or Ted Scott, Hero of the Air. If the celebration in Washington had been grand, the one in New York was nothing short of spectacular. It was the most thrilling reception the city had ever given in its history. As Ted descended in a seaplane into the Narrows, the whistles and sirens of every vessel in the harbor roared in deafening unison to announce his arrival. He was met by the welcoming committee and brought ashore at the Battery. From there, he was escorted up Broadway, which was packed to overflowing with excited crowds. From the windows of the towering skyscrapers, millions of pieces of paper rained down in a jubilant snowstorm. The grand procession moved along Broadway and Fifth Avenue as 4 million voices cheered for America's hero. At the reviewing stand, the mayor of New York City and the governor of the state greeted Ted with heartfelt tributes and honored him with special decorations. For that day, Ted Scott was the undisputed king of New York. The celebrations continued for days, with banquets, receptions, and entertainments, all culminating in the presentation of the $25,000 prize Ted had earned for his extraordinary flight. On the final day, Ted climbed into his beloved plane and took off into the skies, where he felt more at home than anywhere else. As he soared above the city, his heart swelled with a deep sense of contentment. He had fulfilled Tom Maltby's words. Ted Scott had written his name across the sky. The end. You can listen to book number 2 on Bodee Books' YouTube channel. We've also reprinted this book, and it can be purchased on Amazon from the link in the description.